Okay, I've got 9 o'clock and it looks like we've got most people here. So welcome everyone to our spring YIC directors meeting. I'm Benji Carrier and I'm going to do some introductions in just a minute. But before I do that, I just wanted to set some norms for our meeting today. Very grateful that we can meet electronically and that this allows for us to be together even though we're all over the state. And so with these norms, we're asking that everybody stay engaged. I know that you are at your home sites and I know very well the different pulls and distractions that you can have while you're at your home site. And so we're asking that you stay engaged with us. We are going to put you in breakouts all throughout the day. We're wanting this to be a collaborative opportunity for you to connect and to discuss. And so staying with us so that you can be part of those breakouts are going to be critical. We ask that you keep your camera on. We love seeing your lovely faces, especially you, good old Ed Morris. If you're there, is that even on? Gets a shout out for his beautiful face and is not even here to hear it. What do you do? So yeah, keep your cameras on. It helps us as you know, with that engagement piece, even though we are virtual and we're able to see faces, just helps with that. When we're together, whole group right here, we ask that you either, if you've got a question, that you type it into the chat. We have Amanda Charlesworth is monitoring that chat and will let us know, whoever is presenting will let us know if there's a question and then we'll answer that. Or if you click on the reactions button along the bottom of your screen, within that reactions, in there's a place to raise your hand. And so then if you do that, then Amanda again will see that and then we'll call on you so that you can verbally share that. And so just to practice that real quick, everybody take a second and raise your hand using that icon and we'll make sure that that technology is working and that we can see it. So we should see everybody raising their hand at this point. I see some physical hands going up.
There are quite a few virtual as well.
So we've got some virtual ones as well. If you're not understanding that process, if you want to just type in the chat that you're not sure how that works, and then we can help you out. So Arlene, along the bottom side, that says participant, chat, share screen, record, live transcript, and then on the right, it says reactions. And if you click on that, the bottom bar should say raise hand. So, okay, now you can put your hands down, which again is in the same process. It'll just say lower hand now. And so you can lower those hands. Wonderful to see that it's working. As well, when we're whole group right like this, we ask that you keep your mics muted, and so then we just don't get the background or feedback. But when we do put you in a breakout, feel free to keep to stay unmuted at that time so the conversation can flow naturally and authentically. We should be in groups of of about 5 or 6 people, potentially even smaller. And so when you're in those groups, then you can be unmuted and just speak freely. So those are norms for the day. And so now we will move to some introductions. Amanda, I'm not able to move the slide. I think maybe because you're creating groups. There we go. So just to do a quick introduction of the USBE team, our supervisor is Leah Voorhees, who is the assistant superintendent for student support. And then we have me. So I am a Benji Carrier, newly appointed youth in custody coordinator. My background, I've been in education for 15 years. I spent the first part of that in Heber as a teacher and coach. And then I've spent the last 10 years in Ogden School District as an administrator. During that time, 2 of those years were spent as in Ed Morris's position as the principal of the YIC programs that we have in Ogden. And then I've spent the last 7 years as the principal of George Washington High School, which is the alternative high school for Ogden. And so Ed and I would, of course, collaborate quite a bit. And so my background is in alternative education, and I'm thrilled for this opportunity to be part of this team and to get back specifically into YIC, which I enjoy quite a bit. And then I have an amazing team with Julia Armstrong as an educational specialist, and she has extensive background in the DCFS world and brings a tremendous resource for us in that way. And then we have Kyle Gowdy. Kyle is also an educational specialist for YIC, and he comes from the JJS side and has been there for over 25 years. And so as well brings a wealth of knowledge from that perspective. We then have Amanda Charlesworth, who has been a USBE employee for 25 years. And so she knows all of the ins and outs of the USBE world. And then Heidi, who's not with us right now, but she's our executive secretary. And then we have Trina Valdez as our DHS educational liaison. And so that's our USBE team. And so I think, and I'm just going to check with Amanda, are you set up to put us in breakouts? Yep, I'm getting the nod. So we're going to put you in breakouts right now. You are going to stay in these breakouts for the majority of the day. There is going to be one session that we're going to have where you're going to have choice on where you're going to, which one you're going to join. But throughout the day, we're going to put you in the same place. And so while you are in these breakouts right now, we're just going to get to know each other a little bit because you're going to be working together throughout the day. So the way that we're going to do this for all of our breakouts is we'll put you in the breakout, and then one of the members of the USBE team is going to be in that breakout, and they will copy and paste discussion questions in the chat. I know for me, anytime the presenter would give us a question and then put me in a breakout, inevitably I would forget what the question was and I couldn't see it anymore. And so we will just be putting the question directly into the chat so that you can see that, and then we'll discuss from there. So you will now be put in breakouts and we'll go from there.
The room's USBE team, I've got to move you guys.
Sorry, 1 second. We'll get everybody into breakouts. We're just adjusting for some of the people who've just recently joined.
You should all have a pop-up menu to join your breakout rooms now.
I appreciate that. And this is a little tricky because we're all in the same room, I think. And so I'm gonna.
One second.
Throughout the day. Yeah, so I have
All
to
right.
myself muted. Yeah,
How's everyone doing?
so we'll just, maybe it's okay if.
Okay, so can you
go
see in the
around
chat,
and
we've got a
hear
couple questions
or-
to just get to know you a little bit. So, Jason, I can see you on the first one on my screen. Why don't
Oh, you can, okay,
just
so I'm just gonna bring and introduce myself, and then I will, hear my talk. So, okay, he introduced me. But I do have some chat questions to make it a little bit more fun.
Title, what would be your last one?
So your name, district title, and then one of these questions, what would be your last name? And if you're arrested or a crime.
If you guys can't see that, please let me know, and I'll get started. So.
Hey, Amanda,
Hi, Steve.
District.
hey, we don't see the prompt.
Okay, because I've got to put you in specific rooms. Sorry about that, guys. This is my first rodeo doing breakouts like this, Steve. Let's see. It should have a prompt. It shows you in room 3.
No, I was in there, but we didn't see the question.
Oh, okay.
So I left.
Okay, fair enough.
What would your last?
I was multitasking. So let me get back to the PowerPoint and tell you what the question was. Hang on one moment.
Or if you can join our room and
Yeah.
whatever. I
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
tell
I
them
can go join 3. So does it
Okay.
still have the room or the pop-up for you to go back?
Yep.
Okay, so go back and I'll be there in just a moment. I've got to put Dave in a room.
Okay.
Let's see. All right.
Violetta. I don't know you, Violetta. This is exciting. I think we're gonna.
Which is a residential program in Salt Lake, Odyssey House, it's a residential drug and alcohol treatment program. And then we have mentor kids K through 12 in our traditional schools. And right now I'm not wearing a lot of hats, so I'm just kind of doing this.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, and overseeing being the counselor for all the challenging kids that are in our program here. It's been a year.
Yeah, so my team, as I said, it's equity and compliance, and the compliance side, I do employee grievances and a lot of things that have to do with discrimination claims and those sorts of things, trying to make sure if people feel like they're being discriminated against, that we address that. And then I also have the McKinney-Vento program with me and migrant, although the last couple of years we have not had any migrant students, which is really unusual for us, but we've never had, well, I'll say never. Okay, since I have been in the district, I don't think we've had a large migrant program, and it just keeps dwindling as things change in our demographic. And then I also have the Native American education program. I think what else? Translation and interpreting services, gang prevention and intervention programs. So that's pretty much my team and what we do. And YIC, of course.
Are you ready to give us a job, Amanda?
So as stage crew, I was doing too many things, and I'm pretty sure all we have to do is just introduce ourselves and get to know one another, because
But we were
this will
doing
be our breakout group today. So, and I was making notes to make sure I keep our breakout rooms together. So, but I think you all know, I'm Amanda Charlesworth, I work at the state board, and I am the, program specialist with the Check and Connect program over the mentoring. Has everybody had a chance to introduce themselves? Okay, let's do the round robin. So Chancey, have you had a chance introduced yourself?
I just shared my name.
Okay.
So I'm Chancey Lauren from Canyon School District. I am Youth and Care Director. I also support all of our Check and Connect mentors. I oversee our Youth Academy program, which is a K-12 program, probably similar to what you do, Wendy. We have students who are offered an alternate setting, who might need more therapeutic structures. We also have, what else do I do? Attendance and, 504 director as well. So I think that's the gist of my position.
And I apologize, I'm still looking like I'm in the in the witness protection program here. All of the light is behind me, and so this tends to happen with Zoom, but if I move my device, it doesn't hold the battery charge long enough. So anyway, I'm Stacy Evans, and I just got through describing the various programs that I work with here in Jordan School District. And so I won't go over them again.
Hi
Can you
there.
hear me? Oh, Dave.
Hi, this is David Green. I am the Youth and Custody Director and the Adult Education Director for Duchesne County School District in Duchesne County. And so anyways, I just want you to, this is about my third or fourth year being the director here, and it's been a lot of fun. And so there's a lot of new faces I see. So it's going to be fun to get to know each and every one of you.
I'm Steve Schofield. I'm in Iron. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Iron District, the YIC person here, as well as other things. So glad to be here.
I'm Brian Duncan from out in Tooele, the YIC director. I'm the director of what we call it the Youth and Family Resource Center that we have, similar to what some of the others have. It's a place where we can bring kids that need step services from mental health treatment centers, students that are far along on the behavior continuum and haven't been successful in behavior services through the district. And then I also oversee our Check and Connect mentor. Right now we have one, but we would like to try to expand that to more. And then I also do the risk evaluations for the district.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're all back. So hope you got to know each other a little bit better, and yeah, I hope you had learned some deep insights into the group that you're going to be working with now based on their responses. So here's our agenda for the day. And again, I really do appreciate your time. I know very well the demands on your time that you have right now. And so committing to a full day like this is a huge deal. Our YIC team has been working for quite a while on coming up with an agenda that has come from you. We was asked for responses and items a few weeks ago. And so most of these items are coming from you all. And so we're gonna hopefully really be a useful and helpful day for you. You'll see that we do have some comfort breaks, one at 10:30 and another one. Let's see, did we take that? Oh, we did take that one out because we might end a little bit sooner, but so we've got a comfort break at 10:30 and then lunch at 12. We are going to stick very close to those. And so that if you do have people that you need to check in with, or you have some items that you need to take care of, we'll hold tight to those. And so you can expect us to be there. So so here's our agenda for the day. We're doing introductions right now. And then we're going to move into our application process and financial updates and process. We'll take that break, and then at 10:45 is when you are going to be able to choose the different type of breakout that you want. And so we'll give you some time to do that based on what your needs are. We'll take lunch, and then when we come back, we're going to hear from Stephanie Patton, who's going to talk to us about some ways in which we could utilize adult ed. We're going to talk a little bit about special education and some best practices and obstacles or supports that we need in that area. We'll go over our Star 360 training, and at 1:45, April Graham from JJS is going to join us and talk to us about DHS contracts. And then we'll come back and we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap up our day. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule right now, which is always a good way to start the day as opposed to being behind. But I think that we're ready to move in. And so we're going to move in now into our financial process and updates. And so looking at our YIC application, we are, as we have done in the past, we are looking at doing part 1 and part 2. And Julie's going to talk more about that in a little bit. But before she does, I wanted to just take a second to kind of share Leah Voorhees, who is my supervisor. This is her philosophy on how we should be using our YIC funds. And it's one that I agree with quite a bit as well. And so the overall philosophy is that we are here to fund plans, not to plan our funds. And so what we mean by that is really looking at what is the plan that you have to effectively run YIC program at your district. What is it that you need in order to give our students the best education that we possibly can? And that should be our focus. That should be part of your strategic plan or whatever it is that your district has, that we're focused on that plan. And then once we have a solid plan, if this is the best way in which we can provide the best possible education and set our students up for success, after you have that, then you come to us and we're going to figure out and work with you on how we fund that. As opposed to saying, here's $1 million, now figure out what you want to do with that. And I have been on both ends of that. I've done that in different ways. And I know that it can be just as frustrating and it can fill me with just as much anxiety to have too much money than to not have enough. I've been in several situations where I've had title funds when I was principal at George Washington, and my title director would call me and say, "Hey, we've got excess funds. Here's $40,000. You've got 2 months to spend it. Figure it out." And that, for me, that sucked just as much as being you're being cut $40,000. And so we don't want to be in a place where we are either giving you too much and stressing you out on how do you need to use it. And we hopefully will not be in a place where we don't have enough. So the focus is in everything that we're doing right now is thinking about how can we have the best possible plan, and then let's work out funding after that. So with that mentality, we'll now kind of get into the weeds with it on exactly how our funding works and how the application is going to work this year. And so to do that, we'll turn it over to Julia, our YIC educational specialist.
Benji had to literally pass the baton to me because I have a clicker, and so that felt good. It was a nice physical way to give me the microphone, I suppose, or the baton. So I just want to start by saying I like these directors meetings because it's an opportunity for me and for us to come together and to all hear the same thing. And so I'm really excited about that. And what my hope for today and this conversation on funding is that you all leave with the answers to whatever questions you have, to know how to go and plan so that we can fund effectively. So please, as I'm going through this information, if you have questions, I want to hear them. We're going to spend a little bit of time breaking down Utah code, which is about the reason why we fund the way that we do. And I'm doing this, some of you are gonna say, I know this information better than you, and that's probably accurate. Some of you are brand new and you have no information. And so let's learn from each other, and let's let those that know more than me help inform those that know less than me, and vice versa. So I do wanna spend a few minutes just breaking this down and answering any specific questions that you have. There have been questions that have come up, which is why I'm doing this in the last little while. And so if I don't answer the questions, anyway, I'm going to try to answer some of those questions. But if you have additional, please raise your hand or speak up or whatever you want to do. So that's just a visual for you. So the next slide it's about the who. The state board is directly responsible for the education of who, and that is what we call youth in custody. However, youth in custody is a very broad term that is actually defined in multiple places throughout code and multiple places throughout board rule. And so this is what is in code for under the YIC umbrella and also under the state hospital umbrella. And so that's 53E 3503. This is a code that you want to know. You want to bookmark this code. You want to find this and bookmark it. And what I will do is make sure that the links to those codes are in this PowerPoint. So when we share it with you, you can just click on those links and it'll take you directly to the code. So these are things that you need to know. So we're first talking about the who, and the who are students that are younger than 21 years old, eligible for special education. So right? So not both. 21 years old or eligible, under 21 years old or eligible for special education services, and receiving services from the Department of Human Services in custody of an equivalent agency of a Native American tribe. This question came up recently. I have students there's a facility in my district that serves students that are Native American. And so can we fund these folks? And my answer to you is yes, because it is in code. We just need to verify that they are in the custody of an agency that is acknowledged by the State Bureau of Indian Affairs. And so as long as we have that validation of the custodial status of the students, then we can help fund those. And you would just want to add them to that application process. So that was a question that came up recently, and I think it's a good one, because as we know, our Native Americans have really low graduation rates. We have lots of challenges with those students throughout the state. And so let's support them. Let's provide services to them the best that we can. C is, yes, please.
I have a question about that. So if those Native American students are in a residential treatment center, and we're servicing, so can we treat, when we go to fill out our application, do we treat it as a residential treatment center and say the potential is, if they have 12 beds, is that how we apply for the funding? Because like, for instance, we have a licensed facility that's through the Department of Health Human Services, and all of those students are serviced through that. So when we fill out the application, we put residential treatment center and we put the possibility of 12 beds or 16 beds. So if we have homes with Native American students in them, do we do the same thing? Is that how we fill it out in our grant application?
Yeah, and what I'm going to say is, I think we need to do a little bit of research and homework. So because it's not a contracted agency, and because we know that maybe not all the students in that facility are going to fall under the youth in custody umbrella, we probably would want to talk to that agency about what their, I think we would need to have that ongoing conversation. So I wouldn't just put it in the application without doing some homework. We would need to ask, like, how many of the students are in the custody of what's the acronym, BIOA or BOIA? And then we would have to kind of look at it specifically, because I think there's another question about what if they have students that are not, well, let me just finish answering this question, then I'll go to that next question. But because they might not even serve those students. So I think we just need to ask a few more questions and then create some kind of an MOU to determine like what's the best way to serve those students. Does that make sense, Arlene? I think we just need to have further conversation on it. If they're all under, if they say every student that is here is in the custody of BOIA or something that's recognized by that, then I think we would just fill it out just like you would for a contracted provider.
Okay, thanks.
And then Karen had a question. Are students placed into residential treatment centers by parents without DHS services? Parents retain custody. Are they considered YIC? So yes, students, and this happens a lot with like chrysalis facilities. And so that would be like your DSPD kids, where parents are placing students at chrysalis and they're not in our custody. Oftentimes, in many of our LEAs, those are contracted specifically with DCFS or DHS, like Iron County, they have DCFS contracts for those kids, but not all chrysalis locations have contracts for DCFS. So I think like in your position, Karen, in Carbon County, I don't think those kids are DCFS, but they are served under the Department of Human Services. So they do fall under that receiving services from the Department of Human Services. So they would be eligible for Check and Connect or any supplemental services through YIC. Does that answer that question? And then can you talk about students who are in custody of Catholic Community Services foster care? So that is something I'm not very knowledgeable, but they are not in DHS services. They are not under that umbrella, and they're not recognized in our code. So at this time, no, we do not, our funding cannot go toward those students. Unless, Travis, you understand differently, but that is my perspective. Okay, all right.
Generally, those students are coming through refugee services. And so right now, our state code does not incorporate that either that federal relationship or that non-defined relationship between the refugee communities and Catholic Community Services. It's a really good question.
Mm-hmm. These are all really good questions. How about students who are placed via private agencies? Chancey, can you give me an example? Oh, like give me an example.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the names of the agencies, but there is a student we have currently who didn't, they didn't come through the state YIC, but they are placed in a private, and I don't know if it's a proctor or a foster setting, but they're they have UPD services, but not currently through DCFS.
Do they have any DHS touch points?
No.
So that's where it gets tricky. So generally speaking, everyone that we're serving is assigned a case manager, caseworker, or what does DSPD call theirs? Also case manager? They have another word that they use. Essentially, if they have a DHS authorized person providing case management, they generally fall under this category. And so if you don't have that through DHS, then I would say it probably does not fit under our category. But we could look at that student independently always. And if you want to bring those questions like case by case scenarios, let's problem solve that and let's work through that to make sure that you know we're doing the best we can for our students. And I think this is the point that I want you to understand is that there are more students that we can serve that we just don't know we can serve, right? And so we can't say we want to provide check and connect to every student that has a caseworker. I wish we could say that, but that's a lot of students and our funding is only finite, right? But if you have students that has a DCFS caseworker, they're in your LEA, but they're not in state's custody. Like for example, they have, they're doing what's called in DCF, it's called PSS, which is protective services. So there's a caseworker assigned to work in home with that family to prevent them from coming into foster care. If you have the capacity and you have the need in your LEA, you could potentially serve that student if you wanted to or if you needed to. So just know that as you're funding your plan, right? We can't assign every single one of those kids. We don't have that capacity. But if you see a need in your LEA to have another check and connect mentor, put it in your plan. Ask us for that, and we'll see if we can fund that, and if the services allow us to. What other questions do you have specifically to who?
And just to clarify Chancey's question on private students, the way to consider private student would be that a parent has made a unilateral decision to place a student in a private setting, akin to private school placements, whether it's Juan Diego or what's the Christian Lutheran School or what have you. In code, there's a real distinction between public and private, and that's kind of the default kind of standard you want to apply when you start asking yourself about those particular students. And to Kyle's point, if as you ask questions, there are other entities, other state related entities involved, then definitely follow up with the team to see if that student or that process or facility is eligible.
Okay, if you have questions as we go, please ask, and we're gonna move on to the next piece of code. Oh, I'm jumping too fast, which is priorities. So it's also important to understand that the way that we have our application set up, it is to address, oh, wait. Okay. Chancey, did we answer that? I saw that second part of that. I just don't want to move on unless, yeah, we're good. Okay. So the next piece of this is priority. So the first priority in our funding is for students that are not included in an LEA's average daily membership. An LEA, for some of you, that to me, when I came to USBE meant law enforcement agency. And I thought it was really strange how much we talked about law enforcement and education. But then I learned that it's actually local education agency, which makes more sense in education. And you probably are all a lot brighter than I am. But these are the terms that are used in our code. So not included in an LEA's average daily membership. So these are going to be your students that are in long-term secure care facilities or settings, residential treatment centers, the state hospital, and then there's other DJJS programs like DSI, daily, what is that? what is it? Daily.
Day skills intervention.
Thanks, Kyle. See, that's why he's just across from me, and it's really nice to be able to look at him and be like, help me out, man. Anyway, so the day skills intervention. And so those kids receive first priority because they don't already have an LEA, or I'm sorry, a WPU. So it kind of makes sense, right? We need to make sure that we're covering those bases first. And so that's why the part 1 is the way that it is. And we're going to break down part 1 and part 2 of the application, but it's important for you to start thinking about part 1 is priority 1. It's the same, right? So we're meeting the needs of those kids. So if you have kids that are in any of those kinds of facilities in your district, then you're going to want to be completing part 1 of the application. I asked Travis to chime in and help me out in this next area. This is where you're going to identify in UTREX. So these are the students that you identify in UTREX as YIC ISI 3. Travis, can you speak a little bit more to that, just for those that are not familiar with marking the YIC box?
Long story short, there are a couple record obligations in UTREX that are in every student information system statewide, whether you use PowerSchool or Discovery or Aspire or whatever the names of all the other ones are these days, right? And in those fields, the objective was to try to capture the student information for youth and custody students in the same way we capture student information for special ed students, with the names of the facilities you serve, the divisions in which they're being served under. I know that the state board and this team is going to need to make some adjustments to that to provide you the necessary fields to account for all the students now that the code has changed. But the objective is then basically there are 3 categories based on minutes of service a week, constituting A, B, and C, and that would be akin to the special ed's same categories, 1 to 79 minutes to 180, if I remember correctly, and then 180 plus for self-contained. And that just gives you an opportunity to basically declare both the status of the student, right, residential or otherwise, and the number of minutes that you're serving them exclusively. The reason that this is also kind of critical is that in R277419, the pupil accounting rule, that's where it details where a WPU can also be generated for this student population. So students in ISI 1 and ISI 2 are still going to generate some WPU. Students in ISI 3 are solely the responsibility of the youth in custody line item, meaning from a funding standpoint, there are no additional funds being generated at the State Board of Education for self-contained residential students being exclusively served by and through a youth in custody program.
Okay, so what questions do you have for me or Travis? I'm having you help me out here.
I have a question. So as all of us, I'm sure we're not the only one experiencing it, but they're not giving out licenses. There's less and less licenses for these residential treatment centers. What does that future hold for, like, are we a shrinking population of youth in custody students? And I deal with a group down here, it's called YHA, and when we first started working with them, they had over 90 Utah kids. And so we worked with them and it was great. They're down drastically in their numbers now. And their whole state of Utah right now, they're here, they'd love to service Utah kids, but they're keeping them at home and trying to do wraparound services with them at home. And they're getting kids from state kids, but from other states. So we're seeing that population shrink. One of my residential treatment centers, they only gave out 1 license this year. Well, they gave out 2. One was for mine, and then the other one was up in Spanish Fork somewhere, probably in Nebo School District. And before, when I first started, and Travis, I'm sure can attest to this, we had lots of residential treatment centers. And so, I mean, what is the future of that? Is eventually our youth in custody just going to be down so small that we won't even have a youth in custody program? Or are these laws that they've implemented now, how is it impacting us? I don't know if I'm just frustrated and venting or if I'm asking a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your question is good, Arlene, and if it's okay, I'll try to answer this as best I can. So with the House Bill 235, I believe is what it was, when that went through, it changed the way that JJS conducted business. It changed the ways that kids could be committed into JJS custody. And, as a long-term ex-JJS employee, you're right, there were numerous providers out there to serve that population. And that population has shrunk so significantly because of the House bill and because of how, all the funding was moved from that back end to all those contracts to the front end to keep kids out of the system. And at one point in time, JJS custody, it was around 1,000 kids back, 10 years ago. And that has changed now to where it's in the range of 400 kids. So there are definitely less contracts, but there are also less kids in the system to need those contracts. And so, speaking to, what does it look like for the future? I always hope that there'll be less kids in the system, but I think how it is now, you're looking at a kind of a consistent population that they've had over the past 2 to 3 years because of that House bill. And it even shrunk deeper, with kids in custody due to COVID, because judges weren't ordering youth into custody for that. I think you're looking at a population right now, if I could guess at this, I think you're looking at a population that will be pretty consistent for the next few years. There's always going to be a push to move that money from the back end to the front end. But those kids who are being committed into custody through that House bill and through the expectations that go along with that are the most serious offenders. So you're looking at I think right now, there shouldn't be, I don't believe, significant changes, but we do have April Graham coming on later this afternoon, and she'll be able to speak to the contracts, but also being a participant in those residential contracts in the past, they look at the numbers of kids in custody and they say, this is where we need these services, and then open up that many contracts in that area. So you're really looking at an effect of fewer kids in custody, so fewer contracts for placement. I hope that answers your question. I know that's hard because we have so many, we had so many private providers, in the early 2000s, we had tons of private providers, and we have significantly less now because they can't make, because they aren't funded. And JJS went to a place where they were funding a number of beds. They said, this is how many kids we have. We will fund a specific number of beds for these providers, and then kind of pay them on the basis if they were full or not full to keep them operational. And there is some sliding, scale within that, but they do just fund a certain number of providers so that they don't fail, but also so that, there aren't an excess of providers out there needing a number of kids.
Well, we found at our homes that it was really interesting because they did away with one of the licenses, but then they sent a lot of those kids weren't ready to go home, and they sent them home, and then they needed more. They needed more beds. So I guess my question, and maybe it will be for this other person that comes on, but the question is, if they don't have enough homes that are licensed, and then they have kids that they need to place, are they doing any kind of contracts with private homes, or there's not anything?
No, it would only be contracted through.
Don't have a place, they can't place them, and they're in custody.
So they do. That's a good question. They do have a process in JJS where they review those. They have utilization reviews of each kid who comes in. So they look specifically, they run the assessments on them to see what their needs are, and then provide a treatment provider who meets that need. So they do follow that. I mean, if you're asking if they had a population explosion, they would have to open up more contracts.
Okay.
Yeah, and I get it. So I've seen different scenarios where the provider decides they're going to close and just take private kids, and then those kids get moved. And I've seen situations where the provider isn't meeting the contract requirements, and then they've been placed on corrective action, and then they lose their contract, and those kids have to be moved. And I've also seen, over time through attrition and just a decreased number of kids in the system where they can't make ends meet. And so that's why JJS was providing, some specific funding. And we can talk to April about that later, but specific funding to a number of providers to make sure they stay afloat so there are beds available. But, this is a fluid system, and, you've seen it where there are kids who need specific services and they may not be available at that time. And then JJS is using that committee utilization review to figure out how to best provide for those kids. So, it's a variety of things, but they will fund as many residential contracts that are needed to meet the needs of the kids in the population. So it's a balance for sure.
And I just want to speak for a moment. I'll let Kyle mute himself before, so it's not too echoey. Just for the DCFS side of things, of those DCFS folks, I know that there is a placement crisis with DCFS, and it's very tricky and it's very hard, and they don't have placements for children. So Arlene, when you're talking about, are they placing, at least on the DCFS side, are they placing students in private places? They have increased their sole source contracts tremendously, and they've had to create a specific position to just monitor all those sole source because they don't have enough residential places to house children. So it is a problem across the board that I know people are trying to address. And I know as a DCFS supervisor, like, it was the worst placing kids in residential, in foster, in Proctor. Like, we just don't have people right now wanting to serve these kids.
Yeah.
What's
and
that?
That's what impacts us. We don't have JJS. It's DHS. So yes, that's really what our DCFS.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah.
It is a problem, but they do need the placements. We just can't. I talked to our liaison just the other day, and she was just like, we don't have people that want to serve these students, and we can't pay them enough money. And so people are dropping out. It is a real concern. So I think you're right. And like Steve said, sing it, because it is something we need to continue to talk to our partners about. It's a problem. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Okay. I think there is some good things, as Kyle talked about, how like that House Bill 239, how it kind of pushed things from the back end to the front end. That's where part 2 can really be helpful. And so we're going to move on to priority 2, which is students that are included in an LEA's daily membership, but could benefit from educational services. And so these are students like your students in foster care. These are also students that are being paroled from a secure facility. So if you want and are able to provide JJS students check and connect mentoring, for example, that are maybe not in a facility anymore, but are moving into a transition classroom or something along those lines, this is where we can take our back end efforts and put them on the front end, right? And a few changes that we're making today, I hope that you see that this is actually supporting that process and not making your job a little harder. But it is important that you listen, because it is going to be different for that part too. So I don't want to, I just want you to be prepared as we get there to ask your questions. So any youth that are receiving services from I'm sorry, that should say the Department of, not Department of Education, Department of Human Services. Typo, sorry. So any youth that is being served, you can provide supplemental services to. And like Travis was talking about earlier, you have in UTREX, when you're identifying your YIC students, these are students that are going to be in the 1 or 2 category, where you're just providing hours of the day. Right, Travis, do you have any more to say to that, to this population?
No, what'll get interesting when you start to look at youth services students or students that are meeting that safe school definition of need, and you are serving them in kind of the historical youth in custody alternative settings, that ISI2 is going to be very, very helpful. I think one of the things that we wanted to do all those years ago was get into a position where, you know, once a YIC student, not always a YI student, from an LRE perspective, that there's the ability for that student to be maybe self-contained for a very short period of time, and then be able to go out into traditional classes, right? And that's the whole purpose of that ISI2 category, not any different than what you would see in a special ed resource versus self-contained opportunity. There's continuum of levels there that we want to make sure that we're comfortable moving students up and down based on need.
Something that was clarified to me recently too, that I just want to make sure that is clear when we're talking about if they have Department of Human Services, if they're receiving those, it's important to know that students that are being paroled from JJS, so being paroled from a secure facility, those students still fall under that YC category. Students that are on probation and not receiving YC services are not included in that population. So it's important for you to know the difference between probation and parole and what each of those mean. And also, but oftentimes students that are on probation are receiving JJS services. Those are those front end services. And so as long as there's a connection there and you have a student that could use the services that you provide, you could make an argument for that. So just be cautious of that as you're thinking about your programs and your needs in your specific districts. What questions do you have about priority 2? And Amanda, how are we on time?
We're doing well. You've got a half an hour, including our breakouts.
Okay, perfect. So we'll continue unless there are questions.
Can I ask just a quick question?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it says any student receiving services from the Department of DHS, Human Services, does that include students, if we have a student that may not be in foster care, but is receiving wraparound services, systems of care, anything like that? Do they now qualify for this?
Yes, and they technically, since that change was made in code, always have. So some of the things that you're going to want to be cautious of is you can't get the caseworker's permission for all these things. You have to talk to the parent, right? Because the parent is the custodial person. So if you're wanting to provide them check and connect services, there's a need for that specific student, then you're going to have to get those permissions from the parent, not necessarily the caseworker. So just there are differences of how you do business when you're working with a student that's not in custody.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Julian.
Yes.
So I had a question kind of back to when you're talking about probation. And so DSI obviously has probation kids. And so one of the questions that's asked by some of the facility directors is how long can, we use a Check Connect mentor, because they are receiving both, they're probation kids, but they're receiving that YIC umbrella of services. Then you throw in their youth services model. So is there a time frame that these probation kids can continue to receive those services? Because it can go quite long afterwards, or it can be quite short. And when you're doing Check and Connect mentoring, that's important to decide is, if you put someone in, will you get something of that, the benefit of that long-term service versus a quick contact and then they're out of jurisdiction? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think generally speaking, anytime we're seeing a student that moves from a DHS situation to a not, so even like a foster care kid that has gone home and now custody has been restored to the parents, we would still encourage you to follow that student for 60 to 90 days. That would be best practice to ensure that student doesn't fall through the cracks once. We don't want to take all their supports away quickly, right? Me as a DCFS staff, like what I loved about my mentors is I knew that when I closed my case, there were still people keeping an eye on my kids that I cared about, right? And so I think it would be the same for those probation kids, looking at that 60 to 90 day mark, but knowing that there does have to be an exit. And so start planning for that exit in advance and trying to connect them to other humans. Does that help? Does that answer your question, Jason?
It does, and mine's probably more just a specific thing. So in our district, as Amanda knows, we have Check and Connect mentors that brought in. And so they're working with a lot of probation kids in the school. So it's kind of a jurisdictional thing. And the benefit of the mentoring is obviously being a steady person, steady presence. So we've had these debates internally. Do we pass the baton to these check and connect mentors where it aligns more with their model versus continuing to keep them? Because we're seeing a lot of kids coming through on probation that DSI, they'll go in, they'll go there for the period of time, they'll go back to their school, and they'll be in a school that's being served by, call them social development specialists, different things, but they're operating under the same training as the check and connect model. So like I said, it's probably more unique to our situation, but I just wanted to get some clarification on that.
Yeah, and I think you kind of have to work within your kind of your school boundaries, right? Or your school guidelines. Some of you might already be braiding funds. And so if you have a check and connect mentor, maybe that you know is going, maybe a student's coming out of probation and you want to maybe braid some prevention funds with some YIC funds so that mentor can stay with them longer term. I mean, you can, whatever works within your boundaries, that might be an idea of how you do things. And I know, you know, Jason, each of you have kind of unique scenarios. I think what we all want to see is what's best for that student. And so if you take student by student, and if someone just needs that specific human, you know, let's make it work. Okay, anything else before I move on to the actual application and how this applies? So like I said, so still in our code, part of the code is that the superintendent shall, through annually submitted and approved state applications and plan, contract with LEAs. And that's what we're doing. We're essentially contracting with you to provide these services for students through this application process. So what you need to understand this year is that we have tried to put part 1 and part 2 in one document. And it is confusing, and it is long, and it is cumbersome. We are splitting it. Because there's nobody here to tell us not to, and we are a new team. So we're doing it. So you are going to get 2 documents from us this year, 2 separate applications. You're going to have application 1, and you're going to have part 1 and part 2. Some of you will fill out both. If you have students in residential settings and secure settings, you're going to fill that one. And you have students that you're serving that need supplemental services, you're going to complete that one as well. Some of you are only going to do one. I can think of maybe just one district that might just do part 1. And then some of you are just going to do part 2. If you don't have any of those residential places and you're just providing supplemental resources like Check and Connect or some transition classrooms, then you're just going to complete 2. So let's talk about 1. Because it is our first priority, we have to first fund those. So that means we're going to have 2 deadlines. But you can turn them in at the same time. If you have 2, you're welcome to turn them in at the same time. We'll just be reviewing them at different times. So, so we will, I'm pretty confident, maybe end of day tomorrow, early Monday, we should be getting you these applications. We know that you are all trying to fund your programs and it's competitive and there's lots of stuff going on. So we're trying to do this as fast as we can. But we should have those applications out to you and we will provide you both 1 and 2. But the first application is going to be due March 24th. And then we will be reviewing those with the committee between March 24th and April 7th. So that by the time application 2 is due on April 7th, we know what kind of funding we have to provide to part 2. So that's why it's 2 different deadlines. So just take note of those deadlines. And again, we're going to share these PowerPoints and we are going to send you out these applications that have this specific box on the front page of your application. So just know that March 24th is that date. And the reason it's just a few weeks away is because we want to get this happening as soon as we can. Benji, please.
And keep in mind the deadline is the 24th, but certainly if you have it done sooner, please send it to us. There are 26 applications that we need to go through. And if there are questions or we need to work things out with you, the sooner you get them to us, the more we can do that. I mean, I know I've been on that end where I've submitted something and it's been denied. and then later on, I was explaining in more detail what it is that we were going to do, and the person that denied it was like, oh, well, yeah, we would have approved that then if I had understood that's what it was for. And so we are committed as this team, that if there is something that we think that we're going to have to deny, we want to call and talk to you about it and see if maybe we can get more information and more clarity so that we can be in a position to be able to fund things. And so the sooner you do get it to us, the more detail we can look at and collaborate with you and communicate with you. If everybody sends us their application on the 24th, and we have 26 to review in just a little bit, it's going to make it a little bit more challenging for us. So don't procrastinate. That is the deadline, and of course we will honor that deadline. But the faster you get it to us, the more likely it is that if there's something that might be denied, the more likely it is that we can connect with you and talk you through it and maybe reword something or adjust something slightly so that it will get approved.
Thank you, Benji. So our next slide are the changes to part 1 that you can anticipate. So the first change, and this is based on some feedback that we received from some of our directors like yourselves, is that when on page, I think it's 4 of the application, when you get it, you'll see there is a place that you're going to submit you're going to write in all of your totals. Something that we have historically always funded is summer school and administrator based on a formula, so that you get 17% of your total of your direct costs from that first section up there. I know I just really want you to focus on what I want you to take away from this is, if you notice there, it now says subtotal summer school equals subtotal of direct costs number 1 times up to 17%. So if you don't need 17% of your total costs, you don't have to ask for that. And maybe you're thinking I'm crazy because you're like, I'm going to try and get as much money as I can, and you should if you need it. But for some of you that our formulas and the way that we've done things are actually like hurting you more than they're helping you, this just gives you that opportunity to just ask for what you need, but it just cannot exceed 17%. We won't deny anything for summer school that's lower than 17%. So you'll still get up to that 17%, but you don't have to ask for that 17%. Also, same for administrator costs. So that's the same, it's just up to 18%. But if you have excess, like if you have more administrator costs than that 18% will cover, it'll be the same as it has in previous years. And you just complete, there's a form, there's a waiver that you would just complete telling us why you have more than 18% need for administrative costs. Does that make sense? So you don't have to ask for a total of 17%, but you can, which leads me to that next box. And the only reason I put that next box in there is because we are not doing any math for you in your application. You get to do all your math. So because it's not a 17%, there's not a formula in there that's going to calculate that for you. So work with your math people if you're not math people. I am a social worker doing math at the state level, which feels a little bit uncomfortable to me, but we will be reviewing your math too. So just know that there will be a few checks and balances, but please know that there's nothing going to be calculated for you in these applications. It's going to be 100% you putting in numbers, you using your calculator and utilizing those math experts in your districts. So those are the only changes to part 1. That we have. Do any of you have questions about part 1? Priority 1 equals part 1. Okay, part 2. Part 2 deadline is April 7th. And so that will give us enough time to review all those part 1s with a committee that's going to review them, to approve them, and then to start our next part, part 2. So those are your deadlines there. And again, turn them in early if you have them. We're not gonna fault you on that. The tricky part is if you turn them in after the deadline, we have no time to kind of negotiate with you. So just recognize that too. So the more time you give us, the better. And I know that this is a lot of work in a short amount of time. But this isn't any of our, well, some of it, it is your first rodeo. So give us a call and we'll help you through the process. Here are the changes that you should know. And I think yes, sorry, Benji is asking a question.
And just so that it's clear, as far as that works, is that we are not the sole people that are able to approve your budgets. There is a committee that has to approve it per code at USBE. And so we will be the ones that will present the information to the committee, but ultimately it is not solely our responsibility. It's our responsibility to be able to defend and to articulate why funds are wanting to be spent in the way that you're requesting. And so that's why these deadlines are what they are. If it was just a matter of us, it wouldn't be as strict, but we have to pull together a group of people throughout USBE, and of course their time is valuable and limited. And so when we have those dates set with them, and that's it, that's our opportunity to get things approved. And so the deadlines are very hard because we don't have the ability to reconvene committees at will. We have to get those set up. And so it's our job to defend it, which is why the clearer and more you can articulate and the more detail you can give us, then the easier it's going to be for us to answer questions or defend it if necessary.
You should also know that our whole team will be reviewing the numbers. I was just thinking, like, I probably terrified you when I said a social worker was doing the checking on your math. Just know that it'll be like a couple social workers and an educator. Anyway, just know that's more than just me. If I scared any of you. So it is. So when I say competitive, it just means no formula. So historically, what we've done is we've done part one, and then we've taken your cumulative YIC counts from the prior year. And then we've just divided that money up with a formula and just said, this is how much money you have. Tell us how you're going to spend it. And then the stuff in the middle you can use with administrator costs or summer school costs if necessary, right? We're not doing that anymore. And I think there's a couple of reasons why. Is A, that philosophy of funding the plan, right? And B, we might have to take some of those back end monies and put them on the front end. So just like JJS has done, just like DCFS is doing. And so if you need more money, then hopefully we can provide you more money, right? So if the formula didn't give you what you needed and you actually need more than that, then we want you to ask for more than that. And it might not all get approved because we only have so much money we're working within. But if we have the funding, we would like to do that. Funding the plan challenge. Thank you, Steve. Okay, I feel better about this now because I think I was worried. But we really do want to provide you with the funding that you need in your LEAs. So just know there's no formula. I know some of you really like that formula because it makes your job really easy because you're just told how much money you get and then that allocation shows up. So it might be a little bit harder work for you on the front end, but I think it will be more rewarding. I'm going to give you a quick example and then I'm going to continue, but we have just this year, right? And what Arlene is kind of demonstrating in her questions is that we have things that are closing. We've got residential placements that are closing, but we don't want your programs to fall apart because now you don't have anybody in part one, but you still have students that are being served in ways that maybe part one covered those costs. And so we just wanted to provide an opportunity for you to be able to work through those growing pains and also to continue to meet the needs of the kids that are in custody. So those are some of the reasons why. 16 minutes. Okay, I've got 16 minutes. Okay, so on the right side of this application, this is new. So we have not historically asked you to self-report YIC school-based student counts for, and that actually should say YIC school-based student count. Let's fix this in the application before we say it should say 2021, 2022, because you're going to be using your numbers from this year to inform us. Oh, wait, anticipated YIC school-based student count. Yeah, yeah. So that's your year. So that other one should say that date. And then your anticipated student count. Maybe there is a residential center opening up in your area, or maybe there is some foster homes or proctor homes opening up in your area. So you think you're going to get more numbers next year. We're asking for you to self-report those things. We do have UTREX, which we can pull up, and we will kind of compare your numbers with what UTREX says, and then just kind of meet in the middle somewhere. But it's important for us to know, as you're funding your plan, what the number of students are that you're asking to fund. Okay. So those are 2 new boxes that have never been there before. And then also some things that have never been part of part 2 are those summer school box and that administrator counseling and support budget. So historically, those things were only calculated in part 1, but if you need them in part 2, we want you to ask for them. If you don't need them, don't ask for them. If you've already feel like you're sufficient in part 1, just don't ask for it on part 2. So it's up to, okay? Is that clear? Okay. The next slide is just some other things. When we had one big long document, there were a few things that are part of part 1 and part 2 that I just want to mention really quick. So one is the org chart. We really need that org chart. You can submit that org chart and your funding kind of branches from that with part 1 or part 2. You could submit it as a separate document. However you want to do that. It's included in both part 1 and part 2, but it doesn't mean that you need to do it in both 1 and 2. You're welcome to. It's just a cut and paste maybe, but just know that. And then the local interagency council signatures. So because you have to get those signatures after you've created your plan, that's going to be just a separate document. So you just take that at your convenience. You can send it around and do DocuSign, and we can support you. We can help you create a DocuSign document if you're not yet meeting in person, or you can just print it, take it in person, and have folks sign it the good old way, right? Like how we used to do things once upon a time. So you will be getting 3 documents from us for our application: part 1, part 2, and the local interagency council signature page. Okay. Questions? I'm seeing some nods, which is really nice. Thank you for nodding at me. Okay, so just a few summaries, and maybe I've beat a dead horse, and maybe that's not politically correct. I don't know. But there's 3 applications. I just told you what those are. And then the deadlines, March 24th, April 7th. I put in here the dates that we have scheduled for our committees, which is April 6th and April 21st. And I think that's just important for you to know that that is the absolute last day that any negotiations can be had, is before those committee reviews. And we might still come back to you after those committee reviews with questions, but hopefully if we've answered them all ahead of time, there will be little of that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are gonna just take until 10:30. We are gonna break out back into those sessions. And thank you, Benji. Benji just put in the chat the questions that we are going to be asking, and each of your room facilitators will also add those questions. But this is just an opportunity to talk about those questions, talk about just like bounce ideas off of each other, learn from each other. And so hopefully that will be great. Amanda's asking for forgiveness. And so maybe things will be different, and we'll just roll with it. So are we good, Amanda, to break? Just for my group, just know I'm going to walk into the hallway because it got a little bit noisy in here. So I'm just going to try to find a quiet corner. And we're actually at Granite's facility. So Jason, I hope you don't mind that I'm just going to be like wandering your halls with my computer. He's good with it. Okay. So I think we're ready. Thanks.
For those of you still in the main room, you should have a pop-up menu. That's a separate box that would allow you to join your breakout room. If you don't, let me know and I will get you assigned. I see a few folks that are not assigned. Let me move you guys into rooms.
I get it. Yeah, so, for those of you that have been. As you know, from what I said, I was YIC.
Okay, those breakout room pop-outs should be available for you to click on and move to the breakout rooms. Hey, Trina, I wanted to come and see if I could help you. It took me a minute to get everybody organized. Are you guys doing okay?
Yeah, I think Stacy had a question that I couldn't answer. I don't know
I
if she
just
wants
had a
to.
question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just had a question about the inclusion of the 18%, the administrator counseling and support costs piece and what components, what all that entails in a part 2 application.
So
like
that's
for us, we don't have our TCs. So
right. So the portion of your salary that we pay, if you have a school counselor or a secretary that's specific to YIC, that would go into that category. Whereas like your mentors and your teachers and others would be on the educator salaries, which is not in that 18% limit like the administrative is.
okay, so it's just kind of breaking those out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then there, like we said, there is a waiver. If your costs are over 18%, you just need to fill out the waiver and tell us why. And it could just be that, you have more administrators or a registrar or what the case may be.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yes. And did you guys have a chance to see the questions? I know we were struggling with that.
I put them in the chat.
Oh, good. Okay.
So hopefully they can see them.
Perfect. All right. Well, I'm happy to.
So, let me ask Wendy. Wendy's done this quite a bit. What's your process?
Well, I'm rethinking that now it's going to be a different process. So yes, I've been doing this around for 20 years and it's moved through a lot of different things. So my mind's kind of working with the reorganization of kind of what's going on a lot of House and what's going on here. So I would not like to be an expert right now because my brain's wrapping around, okay, moving forward, what's going to be the best? Does that make sense?
Do you remember Wayne Mifflin?
That name sounds familiar. I probably do have to jog my old
He did a lot with the jails, with adult ed.
Oh, okay, okay.
He retired from adult ed. I mean, that's all he ever did. But he would get a legal pad, and he would just start doing the math right there with a calculator and a legal pad. And I just wondered if anyone else, he's the one that trained me, and but I don't do it like that. I just wondered if there was anyone out there, what their strategy was, because it's kind of a big thing when you're talking about somebody's livelihood and making sure that the employees you have get funded. But I like this philosophy here, the funding our plan rather than what we've kind of done in the past. So I just wondered if anyone had any interesting ways of doing stuff or looking at how they start this process, maybe.
I don't know if mine's interesting, but I look at the number of students that we have, and that kind of helps me to know how many mentors I need and what, and then I look at the other pieces. But then my big thing is I plug them into spreadsheets and calculate those costs as best I can. It's always hard because, we don't know what kind of salary increases may come each year. And so you just kind of have to estimate that.
Yeah, that's always the interesting part of these is that time frame. The time frame is pretty clear here. Our district has a pretty clear time frame, but they're never on the same. So yeah, there's a lot of guesswork, which is kind of frustrating, and it actually causes extra steps down the road once things get finalized with our district and increases in pay. So yeah.
From my perspective, Steve, when do they decide on the salary increases? Is that after our deadline and such?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just trying to get on the same page there. So.
Yeah. And I'm not suggesting their line is better. It's just that everyone has their things that they have to do, and they've done them a certain way for years and years. And I think as directors, maybe we just do it even when it doesn't make sense. It's like, well, this is the lamest process I've ever heard, but I guess we'll just have to balance the
well, and I just want to, next year is looking better already. We're trying to get it out earlier and different things just to give you guys more time to work with it. But I know you're just guessing, but yeah, plan for increases on salaries. From what I've seen across the state, I would expect that again this year. And then, with the difference in part 1, part 2, I would say start where last year, and then add mentors into residential if that makes sense. Or, if you've got so many mentors now, you're looking at a coordinator on the school-based side. I think those are all reasonable things to be considering at this point.
So just to be clear.
Yes.
So you know how part A last time generated all this stuff, and then you guys said, okay, you have this much in school-based, make it fit.
Mm-hmm.
So now there's none of that, and we're just coming up with what it will take for part A, what it will take for part B, and
yes.
So if I have like my secretarial mentor / registrar position, do I divide that between both budgets?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're, that would be on the administration portion. So if the folks that are on the administrative support counseling are working with the kids who are both in residential and the kids who are in school-based, you will divide their salaries. So you could do like 50% on one and 50% on the other, or whatever percentage actually makes sense.
Okay, so I would do the same with my salary because I take on that role with the counseling role with the kids too, and the coordinator.
Yeah, you're a perfect example. I would do like 50-50 on your salary.
Okay.
And then I think Chancey had a question.
Well, I hate to admit it, but I'm pretty sure we do not have any residential.
I don't think you do. I think you're one of the districts who's going to do primarily part 2.
Okay,
And-
that's what I thought. I just want to be like,
That you're not the
Yes, I'm
only
trying
one. There is a small handful. I think there's 5 or 6 programs. Stacy's shaking her head because I'm pretty sure Jordan's one of the others that only do part 2. And that's why we made some of those adjustments so that you could apply for the appropriate summer school amounts and administrative funds. And then remember, I don't know if we talked about this in the group session, supplemental is always going to be the other piece of the puzzle. So we'll do part 1, we'll do part 2, we'll get into the school year, we'll see what carryover looks like, and then we will do the supplemental if those funds are there. And I just thought other people are going back. We went past our time, but real quick before I close the breakout room, what was that?
I was just going to ask what each district, how they're using their funds, just to see what y'all are doing, but we have 40 seconds. So I don't know that we'll get through that right now. Maybe we can save it for our next breakout.
And there is a chunk in the afternoon that we'll have more time to talk together too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna head back to the other room. I'll see you guys there.
Okay, we're on a 15-minute break right now, and so we will be back at 10:45. So if you need to check in with people, stretch your legs, whatever, we'll see you back at 10:45. All right, it looks like we're still missing a few people, so I'm going to give just another minute or so. For people to join us. So I think we kind of had a quick consensus from the YIC team that we still need a little bit more time to talk about the applications and the plans. And so we're going to add that on at the end in the wrap up. We'll be able to put us back into groups to just make sure that everybody is clear on what it is that they're doing. And one thing that it sounded like one thing that I will say to just everyone is just keep in mind with this philosophy as far as we're here to fund your plan. And so even though we are asking you for your numbers as far as how many YC students have you been serving this year, and then how many are you anticipating, knowing that some programs may be shutting down, so you may be having less students, something may be opening up, you may be having more. We're still looking at plans more than we are at student numbers. That's a factor, but it's not the factor. And that's why we're moving away from formulaic basis, is so that we can be more focused on an overall plan. And so that's what we're more interested in. It's a factor, but not the only thing. Julia?
Yeah, I just wanted to say just what you were just speaking to, and we're asking for their YIC numbers. So remember, that's just part of part 2. So we just want the YIC numbers of students you're serving that do receive a weighted pupil unit. So you don't have to worry about your residential settings. It's just those that you provide those supplemental YIC services to. So it's just those priority 2 students that we're asking for part 2. Just to clarify what you just said. And that's just because you need to know how many students need funding under that umbrella.
Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is this is the time where we're going to have you in different groups where you can choose. You choose what it is that you want to talk about that is of the most most pressing matters for you, and so one of the items that I just wanted to address whole group before we get into our individual breakouts is youth in custody and CSI. And so for those of you that are not aware of that, because it may not have impacted you just yet. So CSI status is comprehensive school improvement, and that's based on the ESSA plan. Federal guidelines say that any public school that has a graduation rate of 67% or below after a 3-year average is considered a failing school and will be placed in comprehensive school turnaround. So I know that some of your YIC programs are connected with another school, most commonly an alternative school. So that alternative school may already be in turnaround or in CSI status. It may not have been identified. There is going to be a new identification cycle that will happen this fall. And so in that cycle, some of you may be identified. It is a lot more complicated when you have a small cohort, small N sizes. And so I am working with Tracy Vanderventer and Leslie Evans that are in the continual school improvement department at USBE to look through and to help identify which of our YIC facilities, if any, are going to be in CSI next year. But there is a possibility, and based on my quick observation, it looks like some will be placed in that status. And so we will be connecting with you individually if you fall into that, and helping you understand what that means and what's going to go on with that. So someone asked about that, and so that's all the information I really have is that it's unclear, but I'm actively working on that with that department. And so as soon as I know, I will let you know. So that's one that we want to do whole group. And then there was Amanda, if you could move to the next slide. Julia's got it. And then Julie, you're going to talk about this one real quick. Correct.
Yep. So when I asked for feedback on for this meeting today, these questions are designed to address a lot of the questions that you had that we didn't really know how to present on, but we felt like might be better things for you to work through with each other. But one of the questions that is, it's just a quick conversation. And if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask them to the large group. But this applies to all of you, every time we send out this list, this DCFS student report list to you, I get a million questions, which makes sense because you're just trying to do your job well, and we haven't been clear in communicating what the purpose of this report is. And so I'm just going to clarify that for you today. And if you still have questions, please ask them. But this might just be a helpful way for like A, what is this report? And B, what do I do with it, right? So DCFS provides us this report quarterly. And what we do is we take it and we break it apart. So we just get a big, long, huge report with a million kids, and then we identify them by school districts, and then we disperse that to you. And the idea of this report is just intended to support you in locating and identifying your YIC students. I know that oftentimes you struggle to get things from DCFS or JJS to identify students. And so you tend to like run into a student, you're like, oh, you're in custody, why don't I know about you, right? This is just one more effort to help you identify students. It's just to support you. But because we take this big, huge list and we have to divide it out, it's a dated list, right? So it's not always going to be 100% accurate. And even what makes it even less accurate is that the information is only as good as the person that inputs it. I worked at DCFS. I know exactly how this works. Caseworkers, as you know, high turnover, huge caseload, huge amount of responsibilities. They are required to put in the school education in their database. It doesn't always happen. And so that's why these reports are not 100% accurate. I'm giving it a give or take 70% accuracy, and that's okay. So just know that when you get them, it's just to help you. I'm not asking for anything. You don't need to do anything with this report for me. You don't need to do anything for DCFS. It's just to be informative. So I talked to Ann Jones actually with Granite School District, and she has just a really simple way of using this report to help her. And so she just gave me the step 1, step 2, step 3 process is you would get that report, you cross off each student already assigned a mentor. So just go through your mentors, see who they're assigned, you cross them off. Of those remaining, you cross off any that are not enrolled in your district. So you look up each one in your enrollment or in your school district. If they're not there, you cross those students off. And then of those remaining, those would be your students that are unidentified YIC in your district. So you go, you mark your YIC box in your school database program, and then you assign them a mentor. And then you throw that report away, or you file it, or you do whatever you need to do. And that would just be as simple of the process as needed. Anne said Anne has a large district, so keep that in mind. But she said she catches about 5 or 6 students each time. So that's 5 or 6 students that if you didn't get that report, she wouldn't have identified, at least in that way. So any questions about that report and what it's for? It is to help you find your kids and make sure that they're all assigned mentors.
It's also a great way of catching any gaps with your registrars and schools that may not be familiar with how this process works, and kind of cueing them into what they should be looking for if a proctor or someone were to just come unilaterally enroll a student and then not go through the YIC paperwork or the other pieces that are kind of critical to making sure they're getting served. It's a great way they say that. Great teaching moment, as they say down in Cedar City, a great teaching moment.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Travis.
Wow.
Anybody else use this report? Really, Steve? He just said, wow. Because you're such great educators, Steve. Anyone else? Insights, questions, concerns, comments? Okay. All right, take it away, boss. Oh, or you want me to just go in from there? So the next slide, oh, because I have the clicker. I didn't do a good job of passing off the baton. He did a great job giving it to me. I have not returned the favor. So this is, we're just gonna give you an option to select a group that most entices you. Group 1 will be addressing the things in column 1, group 2, the things in column 2, and so on and so forth. So when Amanda makes those breakouts available, you just select which one is interesting to you, and there will be a facilitator that follows you to each group. So you will have a pretty good chunk of time, right? Just until lunchtime, really, to dive into some of these things in depth and really talk through some things, really ask some questions, and make it worth your time. So that is what we're going to do. Any other comments or questions from my team? What's that? Oh, there's something in the chat. Is there a way to access the report if we do not have a current copy? Yeah, just let me know and I'll send it to you. Yep, we have those all in our file. You could talk to anyone on my team and we could get you that report. Heidi is the one who is the one that distributes it. And so she, so you might want to just check your emails for Heidi, or if her emails are going into your spam, I mean, just check that, but the reports come from her. If you don't have it, reach out. Heidi Pitkin, thank you. Pitkin. Okay, so when the breakout rooms are now available. So you just click on that little box in the bottom with the 4 squares that make a large square, and then join the group that you are most interested. Is anybody going to linger behind and answer questions if people don't?
I was just going to say group 4, I'll be a few minutes behind because I'm going to stay for a minute to make sure everybody gets in a group. Also, if anybody needs help getting moved into a room, I can push a button and put you there. So you're welcome to put that in the chat or unmute and tell me which room you'd like to go to.
Great, so let's see, so what's your school district then?
Amanda, I'm not seeing a box to check on anything. To be honest, you can throw me in whatever group.
Okay, sounds good. We're just gonna put you, well, you're gonna go play with me in group 4 because that's the least amount of people.
All right, sounds good. Actually, that'll be good because we might get a check connect next year. So.
Oh, fantastic. All right, there you go. Ignacio, did you want me to put you in a group? I can see you're in a car. That's probably a challenge. All right. Oh, yeah, I just saw it. I will put you in 4. I'll be there in just a moment. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right, Ed, Andy. Anybody else need me to move them to a room before I go join group 4 and talk questions? And then, don't know who that is. Yeah. All right, if you do have an issue and you need me, please come to 4 and I will help you from there. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, friends. Sorry I was so late. We had a few people trying to figure out how to get in these here rooms. So I just put in the chat some questions my team thought we should chat about. And while you guys are taking a look at those questions, I'm going to get a document open so I can take notes for us.
And I don't know you, where you at?
Best way to receive communication from USBE is.
What is that, Steve?
Am I reading this right?
Yes. So now I've got too many things on my screen. So the first question is the best way to receive communication from USBE is what we're doing working? Are the emails working? Would you prefer a newsletter? Is there a different communication that would be better for everybody?
Email's great.
And feel free to come off mute and chat. I've got multiple screens, so it's a little challenging for me to see everybody's face right now because I'm trying to take notes, but feel free to jump in. So some
email seems to be fine for us, so.
Okay.
I think Provo likes the unannounced pop-in.
Well, you get an announcement, Steve, but we're going to come visit you soon. I'm excited. I haven't been down in, gosh, since before the pandemic and everything. So it'll be nice to come down and see your school again.
Anytime.
Thank you. Okay, so I feel like we've taken care of number one. So a check and connect wish list. Is there, are there challenges with the data collection? Do you need different technology for your mentors? I know one of the districts I worked with this year, they, instead of doing iPads, they upgraded to some laptops that gave the mentors a little better usage of the spreadsheets. So is there challenges or anything we want to talk about there?
I love what you're doing, to be honest. I think it's very formalized. The work is moving forward. We have really good detail, both locally and at the state level. I'm through, and your trainings are comprehensively shared, and you've got good reach through not just YIC, but other district entities, which is a win-win. I'll go back up to number one, though. One thing because I'd love to hear feedback from this group. One thing that gets interesting for us when it comes to professional development days and things like the Alternative Education Conference or the Old Troubled Youth or whatever is going to take its place. Now that you have a team up there to really kind of do whatever you want to do, if you are going to do some targeted professional development on any given year, if you can announce that and get that to us. I surveyed all of our faculty and they were of the mind that yes, they would much rather trade in one of their district PD days, right, for something with their peers. And so, but I would need to know that in advance, because then I'm going to go to the district and say, hey, I know you've set aside 6 PD days, and which ones are going to be kind of like on our own? And if they are on our own, I'm going to substitute that for a teaching day, a work day, right, where teachers are actively doing what they're contracted to do. And I'm going to substitute it for whatever day the youth and custody team has dedicated to do statewide type PD. And I'm very curious if that is, if others feel similar.
I like that. I'm a planner, so I'm always like, let's plan the whole school year ahead if we can. And I think now that we finally have a complete USBE YIC team, that is a reality.
Hey, Travis, remember the days when there was just one?
Yep, I do remember those days. Yeah, and so many of the things that I would have loved to do, this group is going to be able to just knock off one by one. I mean, I think we're in a really good spot. I mean, do you think you can? I guess 2 questions. Do you think your district will allow you to substitute days, which is, I think that's a yay for me, right? And B, do you think your teachers and faculty would commit to that, knowing that for those that are going to travel a little further, you're going to have to pay a hotel and do something else, and we do something on a kind of a bigger scale. But I do think it would be a very good use of time and resource to get all of those folks together and do some very targeted professional development.
Right now, my YIC teachers on those district P days are kind of huddled in the corner somewhere because nothing that we're talking about applies specifically to them. So I agree.
I think we would definitely do that. Travis. We could, we're always just giving our own stuff for PD. They don't even invite us to most of the district stuff because they know it doesn't apply to us. And so they let us kind of do our own thing. So if we had something like that, we would definitely be able to do it. And travel wouldn't be too bad or anything. We can just get a district van and have a party.
Do we all have similar district PD days? That's what I'm wondering, because I like, if we could pick a, you know, because they always have somewhere for us to go or there's other stuff, but I like the idea that I could have everybody go participate when we don't have kids, like on a non-student day. And I don't know how uniform, because all the districts are kind of different.
Well, I know, so North Stampede actually doesn't even utilize all the allowed PLC days by USBE. And so I know they were going to implement more next year. Maybe we could collaborate together and kind of do that. Because I know my kids at Nebo, their district PLCs are totally different than ours at St. Pete. And then my son, my oldest, goes to a charter school and theirs are different than all too. So it might take some coordination on that, but I don't think, I mean, we would be up for it. I know our school district would be able to do that for us. And I don't think they'd care as long as they know that we're doing something effective.
I think we'll just trade. If the state's doing something, YIC will just send them all.
And Amanda, I think you've seen the old calendars that they used to submit to the state board. They probably have already submitted, or they're in the process of submitting them right now for 2022, 2023. And generally, but not always, those PD days are going to be there somewhere. Districts are getting a little more savvy at bookending them to either a break or a holiday. And so you might be, to Wendy's point, because Wendy, if she's in a traditional school, it's a little more complicated than for us in facilities where we can just swap out a day, right? If you can find one where there's some at least a little bit of alignment, that might be the day to pick.
Can I add? Yeah, that's, so some of us, smaller areas, my YIC teachers and my regular school teachers are the exact same people.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to do something during a regular school day, I can't shut school down and take all my teachers to that. But if it was something that happened, you know, early in August or something like that, we have PD days. The district, you know, they take so many and we have a couple, and we could use something like that for specifically to youth and care. So, but it can't overlap with the regular school day because they're the same teachers. They're teaching regular high school classes and then they're teaching YIC classes as well. So.
Yeah, it's like we had non-student days this year. And then we also had, you know, we got this new superintendent. So then when he came on board, he put in these asynchronous learning days, you know, and then the schools are supposed to do that. So it's been a little tricky, but I think our school calendar is due sometime in March. So then we kind of have a heads up and what days before. And I don't know if it, maybe looking at the beginning of the year to give everybody a bump on some of their professional days. Do you guys all have like requirements though that you have like district days that you have to go to all the district stuff, those that work with traditional schools? Like Jerry, do you have those or anything?
Yeah,
so ours are in August, so same as Jerry's before school.
Yeah, there's some district days you have to do, and then we're given so many days we can do on our own. But there are a couple of days that if we had something in August, we could schedule something like that.
I am just typing as fast as you all are talking. This is fantastic feedback. And I have, like when I do the mentor stuff, I look at the calendars, but I guess we haven't thought about this on the bigger picture as well. So thank you.
So Amanda, can you explain to me what a CNC mentor is specifically? Because we've never used one at Pleasant Creek. We have an ETCA, but we've never had a CNC mentor.
So a Check and Connect mentor is it's dropout prevention. So it's an individual that's typically hired as a parapro or some kind of position like that. And they're going to work with the student once a week, as well as monitor their data weekly. And that looks like academic progress. So all of their courses, if they've got missing assignments, they're going to monitor all of that. And then behavior, which we include attendance in. So they're going to monitor the behavior reports, the attendance, all those kinds of things. And then when they meet with them weekly, they're going to review that data with the student and help them understand where they are and what the end goal looks like. You know, if they need to do credit recovery, or if they've, you know, want to get into a CTE track, the mentor can get an appointment with them and the counselor so that they can make changes to the class assignments to better fit the student's needs. And with you having an ETCA, what a mentor could do is work with the ETCA to be the bridge between your facility and the schools. So facilitating appropriate sharing of, you know, data and paperwork between those two, and then being that human so the ETCA could introduce the mentor and get the student familiar with them before they transition to schools.
Okay, nice.
Cool.
That definitely would help out.
Yeah, I would love to get you one down there. I really would. And then with, you know, the conversation, we've kind of expanded, and this is where it really does apply to you, but in some other areas, this might be new to them, where we're having mentors move into the residential facilities if they don't have, or not move in, but work within those residential facilities that don't have an ETCA to help those kids as they're transitioning between the facility and the school.
Yeah, with us for our school, the residential homes and the YIC kids are actually at school, right? We don't do it in the homes, and so everyone's in one location: the local, the online, the adult ed, everything. So it would actually be pretty easy with the central, you know, central location. So yeah, that's definitely something that would
get you at another person on the staff to help you guys, because I mean, even alone just tracking down transcripts and stuff could be a, you know, priority for a mentor.
Oh, that would help so much.
All right.
So with that, we're a little different, but I don't know if anybody, our Check and Connect mentor actually is primarily working with our foster care kids that are out in the regular schools. So it's not just, he's checking on following progress and kind of the liaison between the counselors and the administration of each school with, as a representative for that foster care student. So
yes, so that's been our
district.
That's been the majority of the students we've served have been the students in foster care that are in our traditional schools. So Jerry, you've got one of our traditional models. Okay, I'm just going to flip back to the questions.
Well, and we found that the ones in the schools are the ones that need the most help, at least for us. So when they're in the residential treatment centers, you have so many people on them already.
Right.
Anyhow.
And so that's where I've seen, you know, maybe the mentor isn't meeting with those students weekly, and they're more just, like I said, part of that transition process. So they might be familiar with them and maybe only seeing them once a month while they're in the facility, and then helping with that transition process.
Amanda, just to go back, because now that I think about it, what someone, I think is Jerry's recommendation. If YIC were to do kind of an opening institute type approach, the way that the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind and other entities do at the very front of the year, that would actually give us even if you could even probably get away with a day and a half if you did that, which would give some time for travel and all that good stuff. It would give us 2 days throughout the year that we could repurpose. Does that make sense? Because those days are generally teacher work days. But if we use them for PD, what I would do is I just know those 2 days existed. I'd find 2 days later in the year and cross them out so exchange them for teacher work days instead of professional development days. And that might be the easiest way to get the most bodies there. Jerry makes a good point.
I might follow up with you guys when we're kind of debriefing, just to make sure I captured your comments here, right? But I agree. I would love to see you guys have 2 days to get together and kind of hash stuff out at the beginning of the school year and learn some stuff. And I even want to see us have like a YIC specific conference. So, okay. So on our questions, let's see, we talked about the expansion a little bit. We've talked about data collection. One of the questions is, Is there gaps? Are there things that we're missing?
One thing that I am learning that is a little frustrating for me is how difficult it is.
I'd be really curious to hear from all these different regions, what relationships they have with their mental health authority.
So, yeah.
I'm very curious about that, and just kind of what they're seeing and what services, if any, are happening in their respective areas with day treatment or other functions from a mental health authority standpoint with the change to the statute.
We don't have mental health issues down here in Southern Utah. Sorry, Travis. Can't help it.
Mental health crisis hasn't made it to Cedar yet. Okay,
Right.
Good to know.
I don't know that you two are going to be allowed to self-select rooms anymore. Just saying. Just teasing. I love it.
Travis, in Box Elder, I don't know that there's specific mental health agencies that are working with just youth and care. I mean, our RTCs have counselors and people that work with them. Other than that, the regular schools, it's through their regular counselors at the school. My counselor here at the school, for the most part, takes care of a lot of those. We did have DCFS just because we had somebody that was working on an internship that was coming in and meeting on a regular basis for a little while, but right now it's primarily just through the regular schools.
One thing that Cache District has done is they wrote a grant, and this is from the district level, but they wrote a grant a couple of years ago and hired mental health counselors, and each of them are part-time in the secondary schools. And I'm not exactly sure what they have offered in the elementary schools, but those mental health counselors strictly are working with kids who are struggling and getting them back into the classroom that day as quickly as possible. And then they're able to have the parents sign releases, and they can connect those families with professional mental health services. And it has been a huge help for us. And another thing that we've done is our mental health counselor that's here at our alternative school, she follows up with our foster care students that are in the traditional schools and just contacts the counselor and makes them aware of the students and that those students, have some trauma in their past, and just to keep an eye on them. They don't reach out to the students necessarily to meet with them, but just to be aware that they're in their schools and that they're, just to keep an eye on them and make sure that they're doing okay and attending school.
Hey, our alternative high schools out there, I guess just in this group, do you guys have mental health or social workers in your schools? Like your alternative high school? Or
We've
am I
got a
talking the
social
wrong group?
worker.
Who does?
We Nebo at Landmark High School. We've got a social worker, and then we also contracted with Wasatch Mental Health, and so we have a therapist that comes in twice a week, and they meet with all of our students there at Landmark, or our outlying units. But it's been good. It has. I think the big question is how long is the funding going to last for that? Because it's on a grant. So, but the other thing too is it's a little bit complicated because of all the paperwork that is required, and that type of thing. So, more than anything, we use our social worker. So the Wasatch Mental Health Therapist is awesome, but it honestly, it takes so long to kind of get it started, get all the paperwork ready, all of that. And a lot of times it seems like the first half of the year, it's just a lot of downtime and waiting to get that all taken care of. And so we use our social worker a lot because there's a lot less paperwork and things like that or hoops to jump through. So.
Cool. Anyone else?
I was just gonna say, Salt Lake District has a partnership with Odyssey House, and they provide school-based and just with braiding. So there's access to that for district kids. And then as far as Horizonte goes, is we have braided funds and have a deal. And so we have one here 40 hours a week. So the kids that aren't already have a lot of services like through DCFS, because lots of times if they're with those foster care agencies like Brighter Futures or Pioneer Youth that get that higher level that they have all those services, if they don't have therapists and stuff, and the kids are just kind of out there, I can hook them up on the grant or they can bill Medicaid or stuff. So that's kind of what we have going on.
But how many hours a week did you say in the Horizonte building?
Because we braided funds with something else. She's here, she's all ours, only Horizontes. And then the district has other, they have a whole school-based program that Odyssey has branched out in Salt Lake District. Kind of more like what used to happen with Valley Behavioral Health. Odyssey's kind of moved into that market and moved into schools. And I think they're in several other districts or they're branching out. They've kind of been changing and growing.
Awesome.
Okay, well then let's look at what the next question is. So after that, well, this is a fantastic one. What is going well in your LEAs with your programs? So we can share each other's successes.
After pushing just about every initiative on the planet back in the day when I was at the state board, I'm realizing now that less is more. And so we only operate a handful of programs that we know that we can make sure they happen with fidelity. So we still do a Film Spark program Monday evenings in our facilities for language arts makeup credit and kind of as a reward. We use it kind of as a carrot for students. We still operate a music program in our facilities that is we're really thrilled about. We actually have adopted the new driver's ed program for JJS and for DCFS youth, and we make sure that any youth that qualifies, make sure that they get a voucher from JJS to complete their driver's ed work prior to leaving with us. And that voucher includes that once they exit and all of their coursework is done, that voucher allows them to go and drive privately with A1 driving school anywhere in the state to complete their license. So that's kind of a big deal. So that's a bonus. And I think more than anything, we're trying to get really good at special ed at the moment. So we're dedicating a whole lot of effort and time to figuring out how to manage these all-stars that we keep passing between all of our programs and making sure that they have IEPs in place and just good data that follows them so other districts can make good decisions if and when they land with any of you.
Okay. Anybody else? Let's see. All right. Steve had to run. We'll see him when he comes back from lunch. Is there anybody else who wants to share out what they feel like is going well in their YIC? Okay.
I'll share. You know what? I'll brag a little bit, I guess, or
good.
But
you should. I think.
I personally feel like our check and connect trackers are awesome. They're meeting with the kids. They're building a relationship with the kids, and I think it's helped quite a bit. And so I feel like that is it's going well. In terms of the kids feeling like they have an advocate, or somebody that connect with, because a lot of times our YIC kids are they feel hidden in the schools or not whatnot. And so they have somebody, just recently we've had a couple kids who are no longer in custody, right? And our Check and Connect trackers have gone to meet with them, and the kids have been like, so I don't get to see you anymore. And our Check and Connect trackers like, no, we're still going to see you, and we're still going to be here, and we're going to finish out the year and everything. And I don't know, it's been really good to see that that relationship, because they put a lot of time in building those relationships, and that it's paying off, and that those kids want to see them and that type of thing. So I think that's been really good. For our district, for the last little while, we've been trying to come up with common assessments for our different YIC classrooms and things like that, because we have them at different schools and things like that. And we're like 99% there, and our teachers are using them, and it's been a really good thing, I feel, because we have some kind of a little bit more continuity with our students and that type of thing. So I think that's been really good. We also, because we have contract with Wasatch Mental Health, we're able to offer groups like therapy groups and things like that with some of our classrooms. And that's okay. So that's still a little bit of work in progress, but I'm excited about where the possibility of it going, and that type of thing. So just, I don't know, those are good things that's going on over here.
Thank you, Nacho. Those are good things. I'm excited to hear more about, as it progresses, what's going on in your classrooms with the therapy. I think that'll be an interesting conversation. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing anybody else come off mute. Let me go find the questions again. So then the next question is, what challenges or what things do you need help with? All right, so I expect perfect applications out of all of you. I'm just teasing. That or you guys are afraid of me, one of the two.
You know what, going back to the mental health thing, I think that's one of the things that we've noticed the most is, and it's just kind of it's a little bit difficult because we don't know all of the, I don't know, we need more resources, I think. And even before that, I think we need to come up with a plan. And obviously it's each individual school district, right? But we're seeing a lot more kids that need a lot more mental health help. And we're trying. I'll say that. I feel like we're trying, but I don't feel like we're as effective or we have the resources to help all of our students. The other thing where I feel like we need help with or whatnot is, and I don't know if this is an issue in other schools, but we're getting a lot of kids who are in custody and they're juniors and seniors with 1 credit or 2 credits, and they need adult education. And I say this, we have not had a lot of success with transitioning them to adult education because we simply can't graduate them, right? So we have a group of students who are in limbo and we don't know what to do. So for example, I've got a student came yesterday, it's a senior, we're going into 4th term, he's got 3 credits, just came to us. But there seems to be a stigma, and I don't know where it comes from, with transitioning a kid to adult education. So we can't get that signed off. So now we've got a kid who's showing up to school reluctantly, realizes he's not going to graduate, and what are we doing with them? And I wish it was just a one case per year type of thing, but we're getting a lot more kids that are very credit deficient. And we haven't had a lot of success working with case managers, caseworkers, judges, or anything to say, hey, let's transition into adult ed where we can, you know, give them an opportunity to either to get a GED, to get something. Is anybody else having that issue, or is it just, I don't know, we're struggling with that?
Nachum is making a very, very keen observation on the realities of the intersect between the pandemic and all the juvenile justice reform meets a repeal, or at the, I guess, what they call it, a suspension of the truancy obligations that are hopefully going to be sunset here in 2023. So what happens is you can't go after the family for the last 2 years. A pandemic's happening, so everybody's scrambling, and the students that we're talking about get a hideout for 2 years, and right? They're not earning any credit for 2 years, and now they're going to come back, and we're going to see this bubble happen for quite a number of years. So I think the really interesting conversation, not only adult ed, but the idea of serving them for an extended period of time past even kind of a super senior relationship. And then this intersect again between vocational opportunities, CTE opportunities, dual enrollment in tech and universities, right? To get them back on track. This would definitely be an objective for the YIC team to tackle at some point, because we haven't traditionally done a lot of targeted work for vocational work-based learning type initiatives with youth in custody. But now is as good a time as any. In fact, JJS, for the first time this past year, dedicated a full FTE to that work, and they are systematically building out vocational opportunities in all their long-term secure sites for exactly that reason. So that's a really good point.
So tell me, we're the YIC and adult ed. So for us, moving kids from youth and care to adult ed is pretty seamless, to be honest with you. Although it's mostly just moving high school to adult ed and going from there. And so, because we find to get them into the vocational pieces and things like that, they require a GED, and we have to provide, the kid's got 5 credits. He doesn't have the background to pass the GED as he is. You're gonna have to provide some classes and teach the classes, and that's got to happen. But I'm just curious as to, are you getting pushback from judges or something that says, no, we won't let them go into adult ed? Because we haven't seen that up here.
You know what? Surprisingly, we've gotten a lot of pushback from judges and caseworkers, and I don't know if there's just a kind of been a stigma, because honestly, I feel like we have a great adult education program, and we can make that transition pretty easy. But we have had a lot of pushback, and I don't know why that is. And so that's one of the things that we're struggling with, and especially because we're seeing more and more of these kids coming in with no credit. And, if a kid comes in and realizes, look, I'm not going to graduate, we have lost a big chance to educate him, right? Because they're going to lose motivation almost immediately. When they come in and you say, hey, you can't graduate, and then it's like, well, we can't transition you to something, and it's been difficult. And I'll say even this, we've gotten kids that have been placed at DSI, my same situation, and we can't do anything with them, And so I don't know where that disconnect is or whatnot, but we have had a lot of pushback on trying to help kids transition to adult education.
So a question that I have too, along kind of the same lines as credit deficient, is credit recovery options. Does anybody have great credit recovery options that we can offer these students to at least maybe give them some hope that, hey, you might not be able to graduate with your class, but we've got these credit recovery options that you can do in addition to school work to help you accumulate some credit?
Yeah, we've implemented at all the residential sites, not only a gap class, a credit recovery makeup class for a period of day, but we also make sure they all have at least one quarter credit of paper pencil work that they can take home and on the unit every semester. And so any student, so the opportunity is there always. It's just as a systematic part of the work we do. And sometimes students really take advantage of it, and they can really accelerate and make up credit, especially with some of the rules that districts have passed as a result and kind of as a response to COVID. So that's interest. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I actually have a student we're sending Wendy Jack here in about 2 weeks that is nowhere near graduation status, doesn't want to graduate, but absolutely wants to benefit from a dual enrollment opportunity with the community college auto body program, right? And the idea that, you know, he's aware enough and savvy enough to say, yeah, the academics don't interest me at all, but free college in an area where I do have interest and I do have skill really interests me. And so, you know, as we as districts get really savvy at that, especially in alternative schools where you can do a dual enrollment and get a student out, I mean, we can all know that they're not going to graduate, like, but if they didn't graduate and they knocked out a year of MTech, or they knocked out a year of kind of other skilled training before they did it more full time, I think we're way ahead of the game, rather than continuing to try to, you know, get them to complete work that they don't want to do.
And aside, Travis, I need to talk to you about that, what's going on with our district. So I need to, if I could get your contact information. So outside of this, we could have a phone call. That'd be awesome.
So we have the opposite problem from what I've been hearing from some people saying. We have kids who are trying to get into other alternative schools and who are being told no by the alternative schools. We won't enroll you. We don't want to. You're not going to graduate. You need to go straight to adult ed. And I mean, I just got a request today from a kid who told me my school won't enroll me. They won't let me go to school. And so I think it just depends on where we're going, but we're happy to put kids into adult ed and kids are happy. We get no pushback from it. But what we're experiencing being primarily YIC rehabilitation homes when kids leave is they're being denied enrollment by a lot of schools in the state.
I can answer part of that. So being that I am the alternative school, we're also one of those ones on comprehensive school improvement because our graduation rate's not 68% and higher. And so a lot of districts have simply said, you know, if you're off track to graduate, no, we won't take you because we aren't going to damage our graduation rate to drop below that 68%. And
yeah, so are we. But the problem
so,
is then, I mean, are we worried about numbers or kids actually getting that education? Because I mean, to be honest, we've had these discussions before where if someone's saying, well, I'm going to screw over another school so that we don't hit that, you know, so that we don't get screwed over, that's kind of unethical in my opinion. And if it's a YIC kid,
you and I see that the same.
yeah. Oh, it's totally the same. But it's YIC kids are being discouraged from, they're saying, oh, they're telling me I'm not going to graduate, and then they're not going to adult ed. And so we have kids just not going to school, period, because they're told you're too far behind, instead of, hey, let's give this a chance. And then if you don't finish, we'll put you into adult ed, which is what we tell the kids at our school. Hey, we'll enroll you. We'll give you every opportunity to get that credit. And then if you don't finish, the option is you can enroll in adult ed and we'll continue to help you go. And we've seen so much more success with kids who are told it is possible. It might not be possible with your class, but if you work hard now, there'll be less to do later on.
It's just that idea that the alternative schools left holding the dropout when they moved to adult ed. And so, but that's exactly what we do. We'd rather have the kid with us with all the support in the regular adult, you know, in the high school. And then if they fall short, we move into adult ed. Or at the high school, we can focus on giving them classes that at least we give them the US history and we give them the secondary math too. And we get through the classes that at least can be possible for them to pass the GED if they have to switch it later, which we don't have that option with our adult ed program. It's just not big enough.
Yeah, neither is ours. We only have 12 right now, if that. And
but that means I take the hit on the graduation rate for both my two high schools, because they're saying if kid's off track to graduate, he's got to go somewhere. And so we take them on the alternative high school with knowing that they can't graduate, but we still take them because that's the best place to be.
Yeah. See, I understand where you're coming from. My issue is none of these are my kids. I have them for 3 to 6 months. You know what I mean? And then I take a hit for 3 to 6 months when this local school district failed to get them on track for 4 years. So that's my big issue with it. But like everyone's saying, you know, kids are being told you have to go to adult ed and people are getting pushback. We're not getting that pushback. We're constantly getting requests to put kids straight into adult ed with no pushback on there. And so I'm not seeing that happening. I'm seeing alternative schools saying, no, you can't go. And kids saying, I'm going to drop out instead because I've been told I can't graduate.
And let me just clarify. I have a question, sort of comment. So they've been with you, and then they're not going to graduate this whole. They get moved to adult ed, but then you have to follow up on that kid to see if they graduated in the adult ed program before that September deadline to get them off your dropout list, so that doesn't count against you in your graduation rate that moves in that for your cohort that moves into CSI and all that stuff. So it's kind of a big issue.
Yeah, it's a lot of work because sometimes they're not put into adult ed by the same name we have them, so it's hard to find them because you get a lot of kids with 3, 4, 5 last names, you know, and sometimes if one of those is skipped, we've had to do that. That's what our ETCA has been really focusing on this year, is finding out where they're at, why they haven't been enrolled. And sometimes it's a UTREX issue. Sometimes that it's just a different SSID that gets registered. So we have to request a combination of it. But we get kids, because we do a lot of online credit recovery with our local kids. We do Edgenuity, and we have a lot of kids who call us saying they won't let me register. Can I just finish online with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, so we had to, I mean, we had one that went with Nacho at Nebo. It was one of the Barajas kids. And we just kept following up with him and Nacho and just saying, hey, where are you at? Are you still working? And he graduated from adult ed, and he was able to count for their graduation, and we took him off of ours, you know. But it's not so easy to collaborate with everybody like it was Nebo on that. And it's pretty hard because sometimes people don't want to give you any of the information or let you in on that.
I'm glad we didn't screw that one up.
He needed to graduate too.
So just to save Amanda some heartache over all this discussion, just note that Benji, as what is he? No, he's not the president of the Alternative Education Association, or is he? He is. Okay, so he's president this year. So he's meeting consistently with that group as well as the CSI folks to hammer out all of these details and to get down to the individual student level, so we can have much better conversations about how students are actually moving and how many places they see along the way and who's really accountable. And so for the first time, probably in a long time, there is someone at the state board actually having these conversations at a much higher level to get down to the detail. Now, that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's right now I'm not on CSI, right? But the more people start digging around, it might be my turn here, right? I think I've been a benefactor of the full academic year, 160 days, and end size less than 10, I think, is end size these days. Not correlating to put me in the algorithm, but that won't always be the case. So yeah, just know that everything that we're discussing right here is being discussed at a state level, trying to get, because we are going to be in a position here in the not so distant future with data to know exactly who we're talking about by name, right? The students that are exiting, showing up somewhere else, or they're not. So I'm encouraged by the work that Benji's engaging in right now.
No.
Loving it. Thank you for all the comments. We don't have any other questions that I have on our prepared list, but I'm happy to open the floor. We have 15 more minutes if there's other things you want to chat about. I'm getting a few no's. Well, then I would dare say we can sneak off for lunch early. I will be here because I'm hosting it. So I will be here until noon, and then we're coming back right at 12:30 to start again.
Hey, Amanda, do we just keep this open so we can get back in?
Yes. So you'll want to leave this little breakout room and go back to like my main room. And
then we can just come back in there because sometimes I've had issues. So cool,
and
but you're awesome.
yeah.
So I know you have figured out. It's on the user friendly end on my end. So okay,
yeah.
thanks.
You guys can leave it open. Just go back to that main room and just leave it open, and then hopefully you'll hear it when we come back.
Cool.
Okay.
Wendy, we can maybe take 2 seconds and hammer out our issue right now.
Great.
Do you have dual enrollment options right now at a Salt Lake district?
Well, I just got an update yesterday or this week from the district, but hasn't been really working with Horizonte.
Oh.
And I tried to check with our counselors after I got your email from your person, and and I was still trying to find out and investigate. So bringing somebody in at this point and trying to get that kid. So I have to check options, what we can do for the kid if that's what he wants. But Frank, his caseworker, contacted me and wants to bring him in Horizonte. So, I just want to do what's best for that kid.
Interesting. So you don't have any Horizonte students going over to the community college in a dual enrollment scenario right now?
Not any students that are still in high school. But we're coming up. So here's the hopeful thing. So I don't know if you know that Josh has moved on, and I'm not speaking anything ill of Josh, but I have a new principal as of January 10th.
Yep.
Tracy Shostrom.
Okay.
She's going to be awesome. And I think we're looking, because our district's kind of going through a lot of stuff.
Yep.
That I don't need to mention, but I know I'm going to bring her on board, and we're trying to move forward, reorganize things, and she'll be an advocate. And also, can I say that? Are you guys recording me?
I was on mute, not in this room. And I know Trevor Olson down in San Juan, so I would say he's safe people.
No, so I just wanted to say this, and Travis will appreciate it, because she came from Chicago.
Yep.
Started out in the mid 90s and got connected with James Anderson.
Oh, really?
Yes. And so he kind of,
wow,
was the influencing person that got her into education. She changed careers, and she ended up working in YIC and Granite and stuff. And she's brought James in recently. They share similar philosophies. So I'm really hopeful in a direction and some creativity that we have moving forward.
That's fascinating. Well, what we may do then is I may advise my ETCA to be really out of the box. My fear for this kid is that if he goes to Horizonte, he may be there for a week.
That he won't stay, kind of like some other kids I've had with Frank. And I've got I call it a transitional classroom now, but but to be enrolled in Horizonte and go right into that kind of flow is not working right now.
Now that's helpful, because they should probably look at some other options, because for him, he's very comfortable on the street. Like super comfortable. You know how some of these kids we get are like not super savvy, and they could take it or leave it.
Yeah.
He's very comfortable on the street.
Well,
Right?
plus this is a good neighborhood for him to make his connections.
Absolutely. So I will let me do some homework, and then it's just helpful to know that that's not necessarily a very easy fix right now for you, especially in the next 2 weeks, and see what else they can come up with.
Okay. Hey, can I get your contact number?
Yes. So Wendy, I just put it in the chat. I put my cell in the chat, so you have it. My new cell. Because
I've got a really old one, so I didn't know. Okay.
I bet you got the old 944-5445. Well, are they that old? Who knows?
Oh.
Who knows? So yeah, don't hesitate to reach out, but I'm going to encourage the ETCA to look at some other options.
Okay, and I can even get creative, or if he needs academic, we can do some kind of, have him come in when the kids aren't here or something, or work with John. I'm willing to be part of the plan, but it's not an automatic how that flows, which sounds like what that kids need.
Exactly.
Sounds like a lot what a lot of our kids need.
Yeah, something that will keep him engaged enough to be like, nah, the streets, this is fun. This is as fun or as interesting as what I'm going to do on the street. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Cool. All right. Perfect.
Okay, and then also, well, just a quick one, because I have lots of questions for you, but
yeah,
Tracy, we'd like to bring driver's ed back, teaching it here to our adults and youth, and you're my driver's ed guru. So, and I told Tracy that I'd get a hold of you for that. So that's another question I have coming.
Yeah. Did remind me that gentleman's name that was there forever?
Max, but he passed away. And then we had the district, that we're doing stuff, and then they quit, the whole pandemic put everything on pause. So now our Horizonte students do an online class with a teacher at West High that has, all of West High and stuff. And so it came up in our school improvement meeting that we wanted to get creative.
Well, I will tell you this much, that new driver's ed specialist at the state board, she's phenomenal to work with. Phenomenal to work. Yes.
I didn't even know they had one. Should I have Tracy get a hold of her?
Yeah, and if you want, I can give her a call and just do some homework, because I actually did a program down here in Provo. I'd be curious to what she would say about adults 18 to 22. You might want to sell it underneath the special education type option, but just to get yourself a car, and then you can go get hourly teachers any way you want, right? As long as you've got a car with the tool, what do I want to call it? The tools in it, the brake and the other pieces that are already part of the driver's ed car. Everything else you can do it for cheap, super cheap. So,
cool. Or if there's a car in the district or whatever, I'd like to just.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And
we don't even have vans anymore. The catalytic converters got stolen and we haven't replaced those. So there's some things.
No, I would be very interested in consulting on that. I can reach out to her and then get back to you about what that would look like, if there are any other adult ed programs that are doing anything similar.
Right, and it would be the high school and the youth, but that's how we used to combine them and get the numbers up.
Absolutely. Then you could just go get an hourly teacher somewhere.
To
come in and do a face-to-face, one in the evening, one in the day or whatever, and be good to go.
Yeah.
I love that idea.
Cool. I do. Okay. So
all right.
More to go. Thanks so much, Travis.
Thank you. Talk soon. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it.
Thank you both.
See ya.
Okay, I'll see you guys at 12:30.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have good conversation?
All right, we are on lunch right now, so enjoy your lunchtime, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. So see you in 30 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed a nice lunch and that you are energized as opposed to ready to take a nap. But even if you are, no worries, because we're going to turn it over to Stephanie Patton, who will energize you even if you were sleepy, with her great energy and charisma. This was an item that was brought to us on how can we collaborate better with adult ed and our YIC populations. So we've got Stephanie, and we'll turn it over to you.
All right, well, I feel like that bar is like super high now. Thanks for putting that pressure on me, Benji. Appreciate that. Anyway, welcome back. So my name is Stephanie Patton. I'm the Adult Education State Director. I've been at the State Board of Education now for almost 7 years. Time flies when you're having fun. But not been the state director that whole time. That's pretty recent. So let me just take a minute to talk to you about adult education. I know many of your friends and acquaintances already and know about adult education, but I do just want to give us kind of a solid foundation, right, for those of you who are not as aware of what adult education does. So first of all, adult education, our mission is to provide transformative, learner-centered, high-quality, evidence-based education that leads to sustainable employment and personal success. So that's really what we're aiming to do, and we do that in a couple of different ways. We have 40 programs across the state. Most of those are located in school districts. And we're super excited to have just added Ogden School District. They just started an adult education program there, or restarted really, because many years ago there used to be one there. So that's our newest one to bring us up to 40. We have 25 county jails that we provide services in, and 2 state prisons. We're excited for the move to the new location in Salt Lake City School District instead of in Canyons. And then we also work with 3 community-based organizations that focus on low literacy or English language acquisition. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. We usually serve about between the very low end during COVID, right, was just right about 10,000 students, up to like 30,000 students a year, depending on the state of the economy, because that seems to impact our numbers. So what we do, like the main services that we provide really are high school completion. So that can look like providing preparation for a GED or a 24 credit based diploma. We also help students with low literacy skills, so we qualify that as anything really below a 9th grade level. So we can help them build their literacy skills. And we see some adults who already have diplomas, but are looking to take the next step and don't have, can't pass like entrance exams or whatever, come to us to help build those skills so that they can move on to the next step. And then we also help teach English language learners from all around the world. That includes refugees. And so, we've seen a surge in our numbers while with like Afghan refugees more recently. And then we, kind of infused through all of those services is ensuring college and career readiness for all of our students. So that's kind of what we do in a nutshell. So when you're looking at adult education, really need to understand like what makes a student eligible to enroll in adult education. So first of all, they have to be 16 years of age or older. I have, several phone calls a year with parents saying like, I have a student who really just wants to move forward faster or really is struggling in high school. They're 14 or they're 15. Can we just, drop them out and enroll them in adult education or have them take the GED? And the answer to that is unequivocally no. They have to wait until 16 to be able to enroll in adult education or to take the GED. They cannot be enrolled in K-12. And so if they're, they can do all of the preparation or whatever for the GED, but if they want to be enrolled in adult education or take the GED, they have to be withdrawn from K-12. They also need to be a resident of Utah. And then we do have, you know, agreements with border states like Arizona, Idaho, Colorado, so that if they're on the border and it's easier for them to come to us versus an adult education program in their own state, then we serve them. And, you know, our border states do the same thing for our students, where it's easier for them to go to them. And they do have to provide proof of residency too, of living in Utah. That's pretty simple though, especially for students who would have just been involved in alternative education programs, right? That transcript serves as proof of residency. They also need to meet one of the following, or one of these, right? Like they're either basic skills deficient, they don't have a secondary school diploma, or they are an English learner. So if none of those things apply, then they're really not eligible for adult education services. And we don't really have any services that are going to help them anyways, right? So that's what it means to be eligible to go to adult ed. So when a student comes to adult education, you know, all of our programs are slightly different and they deal with things a little bit differently everywhere, but the things that are kind of the same, no matter which adult education program they're enrolling in, is that they, first of all, have to provide that proof of residency. And if the students can't provide proof of residency, sometimes like they've just moved in or something, their parents can. Like that's possible for K-12 age students, just to provide parent proof of residency. But again, if they have a transcript from a Utah school, that shows residency. And so it's like pretty simple for most K-12 age students to show proof of residency. It's not a high bar. It's more like getting a library card than, you know, like getting in-state tuition. So students also will take a placement test, and that's pretty standard. So, you know, we only have a few choices. That's mandated by the feds. And so either they're going to see the TABE, which stands for Test of Adult Basic Education, the TABE 1112, or the CASAS goals. So both of those have a reading and a math test. The TABE 1112 also has a language test as well. They take a couple of hours, and you know, we use those as a diagnostic tool because our students come to us from all different academic experiences, situations, and levels. And so this gives us a great tool to identify like what that student needs and start to individualize the instruction to really meet their needs. Of course, we also take into account transcripts for those who are looking to get a credit-based high school diploma, and that helps to guide our individualization of the instruction as well. But that diagnostic test at enrollment really helps to like hone in on the specific target areas that students need. Also, it gives us a benchmark, you know, to watch progress over time, right? Because we'll do post tests to make sure that they're moving forward and we're providing the instruction that they really need. So anyway, that's kind of like, I think as you're having conversations with students and they're talking about going into adult education, if you just mention that like, hey, there's this diagnostic test, and set those expectations for the students at the right level, that can help them like not be super freaked out. And it is just a diagnostic test. It's not like high stakes for them at all. So anyway, letting them know about that process. Do we have any questions yet so far?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat or any hands raised.
Okay, awesome. Feel free to break in if you have questions. So, okay, so the other part is when you're talking about 16 to 18-year-old students, right, who are enrolled in K-12 schools, they have to have this HSE, which stands for high school equivalency. So HSE candidate and adult education eligibility form. So it comes in 3 parts. In the back of it, well, if you printed it out double-sided, I guess it really comes as a PDF. So 1 page of it has all of the instructions for the form, but the front side really is just what needs to be filled out. So there's those 3 sections, and only the section 1 needs to be filled out if they're coming to adult education. If they're coming to take a GED, then they're going to need section 1, section 2, and possibly section 3. That last section is really just for 16-year-olds taking the GED. So if you look at this, I mean, the purpose of this form is not to be a tool for withdrawing, right? It's actually for a verification for adult education personnel to know that they have withdrawn from K-12 so that we're not violating those administrative rules and statutes that say that students can't be enrolled in K-12 when they're entering adult education or taking the GED. So, you know, just remembering that that's the purpose, right? Is for verification and not actually as a process of withdrawal. And it does require a parent guardian signature, and that's true even if they're 18. If they're withdrawing from K-12, we still need a parent signature. So that's if normally counselors should have this form, but if they don't, we don't publish it anywhere. So you just have to contact any of the adult education staff at the state board, and we'll email it to you. So, and please don't post it anywhere again, because we want we just want to reduce the chance that students are, you know, faking these forms. So anyway.
There's a question in the chat about caseworkers. Can caseworkers sign for the foster students?
Oh, like as a parent? Yeah.
Okay, and I'm also putting the adult ed contact website in the chat.
Awesome. And then, so for GED students who are moving, you know, from K-12 to take the GED, it's again, they have to have that HSE candidate and adult education eligibility form. But so, okay, well, let me talk about the whole process just for a second. So if a student says, you know, I'm 16, I really am tired of school, I just want to take my GED and I'm pretty confident that I can pass it. So I'm just going to like go try and take the GED, right? So I go on GED.com, I create an account and I try to schedule a test and they can't. It'll pop up alerts, right? So the only way to clear those alerts is to take this HSE candidate and adult education form to an adult education program. So that last, if we go back to the form, that last section on the bottom, that's specifically for 16-year-olds, that's there because, again, in administrative rule, 16-year-olds have to also prove academic readiness. So this can be done like in several different ways, and we try and be, you know, fairly open. It can be done through a GED ready test. So they take that and show that they're passing, bring that in along with the HSE candidate and adult education form, adult education eligibility form. Then we can say, hey, their academic readiness, we can clear those alerts. They can schedule the test. It could also be done through like TABE scores or CASA scores if they're enrolling in adult education. If they complete an adult education GED prep course, that would count as academic readiness. You know, like anything really that shows, like if they took an ACT test in school and they met like benchmarks, that could show academic readiness. So lots of different ways, and it's not really meant to be a barrier just so much as like, if they're 16 and they're gonna go take the GED, then we wanna know that they're ready and help them get ready if they're not. So otherwise, really the process is get that HSE candidate and adult education eligibility form, fill it out, take it to an adult education program. Any questions there?
Stephanie, just clarify with folks that sometimes when students have already declared they're an out-of-school youth, fill all the paperwork, but then they're brought back into custody or they're brought in through a mental health authority and they have an IEP, they're still eligible to leverage that IEP towards a free and appropriate public education. What other documentation do you need to, in essence, say, oh yeah, they were an adult ed student, but now they're back in a setting where they're getting compulsory ed or special ed services because that's what they're eligible for, right? What do you need on your end, if anything?
There isn't anything. So if they return back to high school, which is always an option, right? As long as they're in the age eligible, right? Like below 19, they're still eligible to return to high school at any point, unless they've passed all 4 tests of the the GED, right, and receive the Utah High School completion diploma. If that has not happened, they're welcome back at any time. There's nothing that we need. Unfortunately, that means, I mean, I guess they could still complete the GED. I don't know, they could go back and forth and test and we wouldn't know. There's not a mechanism in place to keep that from happening. Once they've already cleared the alerts, there's not a way to like re-put them on or anything. So it's kind of, once they've given us that form, they're good to come back at any time and complete. They're also good to go back to K-12. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Absolutely answers the question.
Any other questions? All right. So when you're thinking about transitioning students to adult education, some questions for you guys. You know, when do you identify potential non-graduates? Like when in the year are you saying, hey, these might be good candidates for adult education? What does that process look like?
For us at in Carbon, for our adult ed and our YIC both, we usually pick up kids when we get to a quarter break and they're actually looking at what they've done and what they need to do. So we're picking up a lot of kids at a quarter break or at a semester break is when they're being referred and when they come over and talk to us.
Okay, so just at that natural transitional point anyway, and you're seeing they're behind, they're probably not going to make it. Let's take them over to adult education.
Yes, and a lot of them are the 11th graders. They're not the seniors. They're the 11th graders that are seeing that I don't know that I can make it next year, but if I try to adult ed and it doesn't work, at least I've got one more year I can go back if I need to.
Excellent. Other strategies that other programs use?
We're monitoring that constantly here at the alternative school. So we're meeting with kids every day. And like was said just a minute ago, we're evaluating where they are. Can they still graduate through the alternative high school, or is the GED or an adult ed diploma the next best step? And we're always helping students try to stay with us as long as possible, but also not wait too long. So it's a constant evaluation of credits and where they are in order to be best for them.
Thanks, Lynn. Any other thoughts about that? So how about like maybe what strategies do you use when you're talking to students about transitioning to adult ed? What does that conversation look like?
I'll just speak from a state perspective. From time to time, you're going to hear judges and other individuals trying to set an agenda for a student that, oh, this student needs to complete a GED or do this and that before they're exiting care, or other types of kind of orders or recommendations. But we're hoping that we consult with each student, take some pre-assessment and give a feel for exactly what their capabilities are before making such objectives the objective. Because in many cases, it may not be an appropriate fit, regardless of what a judge might say in a courtroom.
Yeah, when I was back in the program, I saw that a lot. Yeah, other thoughts?
Again, here at Carbon, because I do both YIC and adult ed, we try to sit down with the students and actually go through pros and cons of both to try to figure out, is this the best fit or not? And a lot of times we'll say, because they are the younger students, a lot of times we'll say, now that you've got all the information on the table, you need to go back home with your parents and discuss this and see if this is really the route you're going to take, the route you need to take, or is this in your best interest to take this route? And a lot of times they come back and sometimes they don't.
Sorry. Yeah, okay. Well, so sorry, other thoughts about that?
Well, Steph, there's a question in the chat too about how How does enrolling in adult ed actually affect the graduation rates? We're still kind of trying to figure that out.
Okay. As long, okay, so adult education students, right, if they complete an adult education, it's unless you're actually like transitioning them back to high school and taking our credits and making it so it's a high school diploma, it's a completer. It's not a graduate, right? So if you're looking for adult education to increase your graduation rate, it will, a completer doesn't harm your graduation rate, but it doesn't really help it either, right? Like it just, it's a neutral zone, right? It takes it out of the denominator, it doesn't add it to the numerator. So it's helpful, but it's not like having a high school graduate, right? And that's true for a GED completion as well. It's neutral. So
Stephanie, Benji's raised his hand.
Yeah, go Benji.
So in most of our programs, though, where our N size is so small, removing a kid from the denominator is actually a pretty, it can have a pretty significant impact on the overall grad rate. The larger the program, it probably would be negligible, but for most of us, that actually is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a step forward, absolutely. So, I mean, still, it's best if you get that, high school completion, right? Like the actual diploma from a high school, but an adult education completion, whether it's a credit-based diploma or a GED, is still really good for you. Yes, and for the student. Yeah. Other questions?
Well, I was just gonna say, Stephanie, I really loved when I worked at DCFS when the mentors that were serving the students, my DCFS students, would go through the options. So oftentimes our mentors would come to a team meeting and they would kind of share the options, especially when a student would not attend school or things like that, right? So they were this was like one more effort. And I just really appreciated that. I appreciated that my mentor was very well versed in adult ed, so she knew when and when it was appropriate to do that.
Yeah, so kind of just around those things, I wanted to talk about this really quick. And am I sharing like the wrong screen? I just realized, like, are you seeing my?
You're good. I've got the whole PowerPoint slide,
okay.
So you're good. And I wanted to give you a 5-minute mark while we're right here too. So you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll cruise through these last ones. So
we have a little wiggle room. You're okay.
when you're considering whether or not to say, hey, send your student to adult education or send them to take a GED, some considerations to keep in mind, right? First of all, adult education is never going to have the same kind of supports that K-12 does, even in the alternative realm, right? You still have more supports than we do. We just don't have a lot of resources. We're grossly underfunded compared to K-12. Our instruction is typically, depending on the program, but typically based on computer, software platforms. So sometimes taking the GED can impact military careers. If your student is looking at going into the military, that should be an in-depth conversation with the recruiter to make sure that that's going to still get them where they want to go. Our motivation, our instruction, again, and the structure of the program is geared towards more independently motivated students. We're working on, building better supports for those students, but still it's adult education, right? So that's to keep in mind. And then the core credits for adult education are the 24 basic, core credits is required by the state. So just keeping those in mind, right? When you're thinking about whether or not students should go to adult ed or not. Additionally, if you're having this conversation, like, here are all of the options, because I think, students need to know all of the options, right? When we look at it in adult education, if I were to sit down with a student, I would, take that diagnostic test that had been given and kind of look at what academic level they're at and how proficient they are at taking tests and test anxiety and all of those pieces kind of like based around tests, right? I'd also take their transcript and look at, like, where are you at? How many more credits do you need? And then talk really about like their level of motivation. And those three things kind of in concert can give you a good feel of like, is it better for them to take the GED, or is it better for them to pursue the 24 credit based high school diploma? And of course, hugely keeping in mind whatever their desire is, because if their desire is to follow either path, and you may not think that that's the best path for them, let's go with their desire, because that's going to keep them motivated, right? So then the last thing I think I just wanted to talk about briefly is kind of as you're having these conversations with your students, right? Like managing their expectations about adult education. I don't know how it is statewide, but my experience with high school students who came into adult education was they thought this is super easy. I'm going to get done like super fast, like in 2 weeks or something. I have 14 or 20 credits, but I'll be done in a couple of weeks and I won't really have to do anything, right? So, well, that's not really a good perception or expectation for them. Then they come in and they're like, oh, it's going to take me longer than 2 weeks. That sucks. And they, they disappear. So helping them to build like appropriate expectations for what their experience is going to be like in adult education, that it is going to be like a lot of independently motivated type of activities. We can provide a lot of flexibility. And I think that's one of the strengths of adult education. We do individualize instruction, but that's pluses and minuses, right? Like with great response or with, there's more responsibility that's on them, sorry. And then, if they're thinking like, I can come and do nothing and I'm going to graduate, well, nope. I had some students who would come and, their parents would drop them off at the door and they would come and they would sit in my room, in my classroom in adult ed, right, for hours, and they wouldn't do any of the work. Well, it's not seat time, right? In adult education, if you're not actually doing the work, you can sit there for 70 years and you're still not going to have a high school diploma. You got to do the work, right? So, and if you only come one time a year for 70 years, you're probably still not going to have a high school diploma either. Like there's got to be some intensity. You got to have some consistency. So anyway, just trying to have those conversations with them as they consider adult education. It is a good option for many students, right? But like managing those expectations so they're not thinking it's going to be this way when it's really this way. And that's all I have actually for you. So any questions or comments?
We've got a minute or two here if you guys have got some, and bravo, because way to end right on time. Okay, I'm not seeing anything in the chat, so let me switch over and get the screen sharing again on the other computer. One sec.
Thank you, Stephanie. As promised, you delivered and made good on that introduction. So thank you for that. I know with a lot of our programs, adult ed is something that can be a huge benefit, especially when we've got kids that have been bouncing around from different programs, different living situations, that we do have those seniors that come in with 5 credits. And what do we do now? What is the best option for them? And so we're super grateful that we have an avenue of something like a GED or a non-seat-based credit where they can move at their own pace. And so we're grateful, as well as I know that we've got in some of our secure cares, we've got kids that can be there now until they're 25. And potentially this is something that could be of a benefit for them if we feel that would be a better option to help get kids a diploma that have that are legit adults based on their age. So thank you so much, Stephanie, and we appreciate you joining us today. So we're going to move now into special education. So this was again something that was brought to us from the group. Of something that we wanted to discuss. So we're going to be putting you into breakouts here in just a minute. The main concept with this that we wanted to go into breakouts is that when it comes to special education and providing appropriate services for a student with an IEP, there are a lot of challenges that go along with that. And part of what we are trying to do is really kind of understand where these challenges are coming from. As you all may not know, but our YIC USBE team is in the same like physical space as the SPED department for USBE. So we have a lot of very close quarters and conversations with our SPED partners. And so in talking with one of the other coordinators there, we would like to create a SPED work group that would be able to meet at least every other month for this upcoming school year, so that we can try to better truly understand what the root causes for some of the SPED issues and challenges that we have in the YIC world. And so right now we're going to go into breakouts. We've got some questions to discuss. And so we're going to be taking notes on that. The YIC or the USBE team will be taking notes on that so that we can bring that back. And then I would love to have some volunteers for some people that'd be willing to meet for about an hour every other month for next school year, so that we can have a solid group to not only help identify what root causes, but then of course go into what are some possible solutions. So Amanda will go ahead and send us into our breakouts.
There should be questions. There's 2 different sections. Questions on that thing.
Are you the leader of the band, Trina?
You should be. We're both here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the questions into the chat so that you guys can see them.
So Benji already did. Looks like.
Mhm. Okay, so our first question is, what obstacles do you have with special ed?
I know we have a lot of difficulty with kids coming in and caseworker mistakenly saying that they don't have an IEP, and then discovering the IEP and or hunting down the IEP can sometimes take a lot of time. And that's concerning because we really, we want them to be placed in a way that they can be successful. And so if we don't have that information, it makes it tough to get them in the right service pattern.
We have similar trouble about getting IEPs, and usually what caseworkers have is just a copy of some IEP from somewhere that it may not even be the most current IEP. And we run into a little bit of trouble that our SPED department has asked to be able to have our IEP review team look at those IEPs before we make placement coming in, and so trying to convince them of trying to convince them that we are on a timeline and only have a certain amount of time to get those kids in school. Sometimes there's that, well, IDEA trumps state law. I said, well, yeah, but we're governed by state law, not by IDEA. So I appreciate that, but we got to get them in school.
Just trying to capture a few notes here as we're going. Wendy, Wendy or Steve, are you having any challenges with special education and YIC students in your programs?
Just the usual with chrysalis. There's no answer for that, so let's not pretend like there is one. I love the kids, but we don't know how to. Just seems like there's a lot of back and forth on who's responsible for educating them, and yeah, I don't have anything to comment.
I think sometimes too, we will have a child come in that there's been some kind of triggering event, and that's why they're moving placements. And sometimes that triggering event was at school, and not knowing about that, usually it's some kind of an egregious disciplinary infraction, and not knowing about that. And so then it's again, one of those kind of things where, okay, was this child's IEP, were the services adequate, or was this a result of, you don't know whether it was a result of the handicapping condition, and whether it was a manifestation basically of their disability. And then, if you don't know that, then how to address it when they come in. So it's like it doesn't always get fully addressed at the previous school through no fault of theirs, but because the child gets moved rapidly. So that can sometimes be an obstacle, because then we need to kind of revisit that and figure out, okay, what occurred here and what was the root cause? Was it something having to do with their disability or not? Because we may need to put some kind of a behavior plan in place that wasn't there prior, or tweak the behavior plan that was there.
And that takes time.
It does.
And you're probably our best resource in getting a new student is the school, because nobody else seems to be forthcoming in what the crap is going on. So,
amen.
Yeah, I wish that we could all we say we're playing for the same team, but it is hard to decipher that information when a new student comes, unless you get it from the school.
And I get that the caseworker is trying to juggle privacy types of needs and then helping us to be able to serve the student well. I get that there's sort of a conflict there, and they don't want to share too much.
Sure. And they're doing a whole pie. We're just doing a piece of it, right?
Exactly.
So
exactly.
I do understand that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I totally get that. But at the same time, it's really frustrating because we want to set up the kids so they can succeed. And boy, if we don't know some of this stuff, it's really difficult to make sure they have the appropriate supports.
I'm going to bring in another point of view. And actually, and I share all that stuff over the years because I've been doing this since 2000. I found the caseworkers actually this year that I've been working with actually know the SPED needs and have been super advocates, and they're the ones that have been giving me better information this year, which is a blessing because we're all on one team. Plus, I just see with this whole gap from the pandemic, there's a lot of lost stuff for kids. And for those of you who don't know, we were on remote most of the year last year, but I used to bring in our YIC kids, like the SPED kids for small groups to keep them going. But I'm getting off track. So back to the point that I wanted to make, that I'm seeing a real big frustration in this year. So I'm not going to pick on any names, but there are certain foster care agencies that take those really hard kids. And those are kids that are YIC kids that also have multiple levels of need, you know. So on one hand, you know, God bless them that they take those really hard kids. They also get a higher level of pay for those kids. And they send their untrained foster parents just to go register those kids in school. Sometimes I get sidestepped, you know, and some of them are better than others, and it kind of differs from kids to kids, even people that have known stuff for years. So I'm not trying to pick on them, but I'm seeing all those higher level of care people. Sometimes there's been more of a disconnect and more problematic for our kids not to get served, whether it's here or where I'm trying to, because I work with my district special ed consultants. And so when I know, I try and work with them, and then we look at the options and stuff. And sometimes with certain agencies, they just want to skip that step. And so that's where it kind of falls through the cracks. And I don't, does anybody else relate to my comment? And I'm thinking you all that are here in the Salt Lake Valley might have experienced some of these agencies, but I think they're also up down south in Provo too. But that's where I'm seeing more problems, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised how much support I've been getting from the caseworkers. Oh, and one more aside, if I'm not trying to complain, but I'm looking at problems with some of these agencies, you know, and I don't remember, maybe some of you can help me. There used to, and maybe Trina might know this, there used to be this House bill that I think still in effect, that a foster kid can stay in as long as they have transportation, can stay in their school. So they don't have to move around. If they started and were successful, they can get there. But I think what disrupts a lot of children I've been seeing this year is they blow these foster placements because they're really difficult kids, you know, and so then they're moving them around from school to school, whereas if, you know, so if they had, I don't know what the holdup is, or if they would actually transport them in a school where they were consistent and successful, might be a better plan. But these are just my brainstorm.
Yeah, that's the best interest determination. So it's kind of like a federal regulation that basically says that a youth is better off in their home school, taking into consideration things like safety, choice of the student. But you're right, Wendy, transportation should never be the reasoning why a student is moved from the school if they're thriving in that school and want to stay.
I just want to agree with you that for many of our caseworkers, I'm having a similar experience, Wendy, to what you are with many of our caseworkers, but the experience is just not the same. Sometimes some of our caseworkers, as I said, they don't know there's an IEP and whatnot, is what we've been seeing. So, but many of them really take the time and look into the kiddo, and they know what's going on, and especially with their education, and do a great job. So I'm not meaning to say that all of our caseworkers are having that issue. I think it's just some of them, and maybe it's just a learning curve.
Well, I want you to know that that's been historically a problem every other year. And so this year, I've had the ones that I've dealt with, I've been pleasantly surprised
this year.
You know, well, and there's still some, you know, and I think a lot of that is their huge turnover and stuff. But for the other 19 years, I've had that problem. So I'm not, I mean, that's always been a problem. You know, I just kind of got pleasantly surprised. So I'm seeing more.
That's awesome.
Lack of communication from that other group I was talking about.
I hear you.
Okay.
I just sat in a presentation with DCFS a couple of days ago, and I think Diane Moore said that turnover last year was 46%. It's really high.
Yeah, I would echo what Trita said. I meet with one of the state directors that's over DCFS pretty regularly, and She talks about how when she's at the grocery store, she's trying to recruit the super helpful customer service agent, or, you know, individuals from the community that she just comes across. And so like they have a positive experience, and then she's spending her personal time trying to recruit them to go be social workers. So it is definitely an issue at this point. So we have about 2-3 more minutes that we get to talk special ed. There were a couple other questions. Let's see. We talked about lag time. There was a note in here specifically about special ed directors. Have you all got relationships with those folks? And is there appropriate staffing, or is there needs there?
Yeah, we definitely work closely with our special ed director and her team with kids that, especially, you know, if there's one that there's a question of placement or what have you. And they work great with us. And as far as being able to meet the accommodations, so far that has not been an issue for Jordan.
I just realized I was talking to you guys on mute. We have a minute left. I was just wondering if Keandra or Brian had anything they wanted to share about special ed and YIC in their districts.
I don't have anything. I think, I mean, Murray's really small, and we have been working really well with the special education department. So we haven't had any issues. It's a great working relationship.
We're happy when it's a good thing. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
We're just here to support if we need to. So, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and hop back out to the main room, and I will see you folks there in just a moment.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for that info.
Okay, thank you so much for your participation in that. Again, oh, Kyle, I think you need to be muted. There we go. Thanks. So I am looking for for a handful of people that would be willing to serve on a SPED work group that will meet for about an hour every other month. So if you would email me if you are interested in that, it would be really helpful for us to hopefully work on some solutions for some of the obstacles that we have. So now we'll turn it over to Kyle, who's going to talk to us about STAR 360.
Awesome, thank you. Hey, so I know some of you know about STAR 360 and maybe some of you don't, and I'll do a quick summary in just a minute, but I wanted to start out, if we could, and just see who is currently using it. And we're gonna set up a poll here in just a second. And then I just want you to respond if you're using STAR 360 or if you're not using STAR 360. And maybe while we're moving towards that poll, I can just give you a little bit of background on it. So for those of you who are using it, sorry for the redundancy, but STAR 360 is a computer adaptive test that measures student achievement on reading and math skills. The test creates a virtually unlimited number of test forms that dynamically adjust the difficulty to an item that the student has shown he or can or cannot do. So the assessment is looking at how the student responds to each question and then tailors the assessment to see what they're proficient at. And this is done to measure each student's level of achievement. The STAR 360 assessment consists of 34 items and takes fewer than 30 minutes for the student to complete. It is designed to be administered as often as once every 2 weeks or at a minimum of 3 times each calendar year. And you're probably all aware that we have a contract in place for Star 360 currently through USBE that you can access. And with that contract, we put together a best practice. And so each of you has the flexibility to plan and implement your own assessment as you deem it most effective. If you utilize Star 360, our best all our recommendations are that you would administer the Star 360 assessment at least once a month for every student, that you administer the STAR math assessment at least once a month for every student, that you administer both the STAR reading and STAR math assessment as soon as effective, basically within 10 days of attendance for students, and that you would also administer the reading and math assessments prior to release from YIC education programs. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to put the poll together.
We got it.
Oh, so here it is. All right.
We will have to
Yeah. Okay. So here's this poll. So if you wouldn't mind just answering these questions real quick, and then we'll talk about that.
Oh, these are the questions.
Oh, wait, this is not. Yep. All right. So really it's just, and these will be the questions that we'll talk about in the breakouts in just a minute. You're welcome to answer them. But really the point of what I was searching for to begin this was just, are you using Star 360 or not using Star 360? So how about we'll switch this up. Let's just go with a raise of hands if you're in the, just like you were asking a question, do your hand raise. You don't need to do it by, yep, just like Ignacio just did, if you're using Star 360, so I can just kind of get a count. So really looks like, who's not using it? Okay, well, Julia's not, so that's good. Amanda's not. So we do have some who are using it and some who aren't using it. And that's okay. I mean, there's the TABE test, and there's probably some other reasons why you may or may not be using it. But that's part of why we wanted to just have a little breakout about this and discuss that. But possibly
Hey, Kyle?
before yeah.
Sorry, question. I thought that we had to use this.
I mean, I think that's what we're recommending that you do, that you are utilizing Star 360. Have to. I don't know if you ever got an email that said you had to use it, but there may be reasons to or to not use it. So that's what I'm hoping to gain from the breakouts. And one of the things for the staff who are in facilities, I mean, it's possible that ETCAs can help with some of this testing. We don't want the ETCAs to become like just the testing people, but they could also help with this on some level, and we could, discuss that too. So maybe we'll advance this into the breakouts, and then we can just talk about the 3 questions we have for that. And then we'll come back for a second and talk about training opportunities.
A lot of different assessments like the TABE and a different math course to all Horizonte students, which includes Odyssey because that's part of Horizonte in here. And there's been some changes this year, and we're doing a lot of assessments except like for the district ones and stuff. So I'm just thinking that of a good way, because that's probably a good assessment to do, to roll up again, or even like I don't know, I'll just stop there. How about you, Steve?
Fair. No, like I said, I thought that we had to. But you know what? I don't care. It's fine. We're using it. Too late to go back.
You're just a good kid, Steve. You did what you were told to do.
Hey, I'm not crazy, Amanda.
No,
I
you're
know
not.
what you're trying to do. Okay.
No, you're not, but the way we're doing things last year and assessing like every once a month with this, all this other stuff is why we did it. You know, so do you like it? How do you feel about using it? What are the pros?
Well, no, I haven't used it. My teachers are using it. And it took a minute to get them all set up, but they haven't complained about it.
They're giving good data on the kids?
We're not doing anything with it school-wide, but for just their individual classrooms, they are. I think it gives what they need.
Yeah, our district, we're looking forward to using it. I know when it first came out, we started using it, and then there was a question as to the licensing on it, and so we stopped. And then I guess just a few months ago, when we heard that we're able to start using it again, then I've got some new teachers that I got to get trained, and that's probably been the obstacle, is getting them trained to start using it again. But I do know we used to use it a ton in the previous school district that I was at, and it was great for progress monitoring and watching those benchmarks and establishing levels for those kids then to work that out. And so I'm looking forward to be able to get it up and running and get it going again. I think we're going to have, it'll be a slight hurdle to go in and clean out all the old stuff that was in there that was kind of left over. But I think we'll be, once we get that set up, then we'll be rolling with it.
You know, we don't use it in Jordan because we don't have any YIC specific teachers. We just have a Check and Connect mentoring program.
I was trying to type quickly there. So first of all, I want to validate that no, Steve is not crazy. He's an amazing educator, and I think you're doing a fantastic job with all the challenges that go on in that area down there. So I appreciate you, first of all.
Excellent. If you could start every meeting with just that.
I advocate for you all the time, just so you know.
Thanks, Amanda.
Steve was a fellow Check and Connect co-trainer, so I'm on Team Steve, just so everybody knows. Okay, sorry. I got some notes, but I also noticed Chansey and Kendra were able to join us, and I'm not sure you were with us as we moved over. So we're talking about STAR 360, which is the assessment that my agency has done a 5-year contract for to allow the YIC programs to use. So Keandra or Chauncey, are you guys using the STAR 360 in your programs?
I am not. I have not ever heard of this program.
Keandra, I'm not surprised since you've been with us for what, a whole month? So I would definitely say we're going to get you signed up for some training then.
Okay.
Okay. And just to give you a heads up, you might be like our friend Stacy. Well, but you have a YIC class or transition classroom, Kendra. So actually we need to get you signed up. Never mind, I'll just stop. All right. Okay. Just realized I did not set a timer, folks. So since I am multitasking, bear with me here to figure out where we're supposed to be. Oh, we're doing fantastic on time. Never mind. We're actually ahead. Okay. Trying to find the chat for the questions. Sorry. Let's see.
as far as just overall pros and cons of the.
So the why not seems like it was either we didn't know or we just need to get some folks trained or it's not useful. Let's see. Pros and cons. Brian, since you are using it, could you talk to us a little bit about what the pros are for using it?
I really think the pros are if you've got a student and like we say, we were talking earlier about not having accurate IEP data or IEPs and those things, that with those STAR tests, then you can go in and do that initial test and at least find out a level for them of work that you need to where to start them. And so then you can help with placement or depending on, or class structure, if whatever, if they're a high school kid, but they're really only doing 5th or 6th grade work, then you can start to remediate that way and look for interventions. And then we used to use it a ton in the past for growth. So we would create incentives for the kids to, if they moved their STAR test up, they do it once a month. If they moved up X amount of points, they would get a reward. So there was some incentive then to make improvement, and that worked really well. So.
What grades are able to use the assessment?
I know we had used it with the high school kids before, but we were planning in this go around to push it down into the elementaries, and I hadn't heard that we couldn't. So.
And I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question, but I'm wanting to be with Brian on this. I believe it is a K-12 assessment, but I think it has been primarily used in secondary ed. And I will take that question back to the group, and if it's anything different, I'll make sure in a follow-up email we correct this conversation. Okay, let's see. Did we hit all the marks? Okay, we talked about pros and cons. So do any of your programs have an ETCA? And how could you see them having a role in helping with the STAR 360?
We have an ETCA in Iron. I don't know that she's done anything with the results of the test, but I could see that. I mean, we just have a small facility for our ETCA, but knowing where they are, what levels they're at currently is always a good thing. And yeah, I think she'd be able to use that data.
I'm not familiar with the acronym. I don't know what that is.
Education transition.
Career, what is it? Education transition career advocate.
You got it, sister.
You got me halfway there, so thank you. There are only 5, I believe, statewide, and they are employed through the Neglected and Delinquent grant that Kyle is now managing, that Murray Mazzaros had done for years and years. But that's very limited because it can't be students who are graduating.
Yeah,
right?
It's
or
only,
did I say it backwards?
It's only for secure care students, which is unfortunate because ultimately I think what that person does is what we want our Check and Connect mentors to be doing.
You read my mind. That is one of the pushes over this current summer. I want to, not pushes, but one of the things I want to encourage is our mentors, especially in your area, Steve, who have smaller caseload numbers, we would like them to start taking on some of what the ETCAs are doing, you know, some of that. Those assessments to help students figure out what they want to do next and helping them with the portfolios and some of those things. So that is definitely on the table, and I will be happy to make note that you would support that. All right, so I think that was everything as far as the questions. So is there anything else you guys want me to capture regarding the STAR 360?
Could I go back a question?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I was picking up a child for a moment. Back to the special ed piece and I guess frustration or concern, and maybe someone can guide me to somewhere. I am a student who our admin assistant has tracked all of her previous schools, followed the IEP of where it had been sent, and we still have yet to see this girl's IEP. So what we're doing this week is meeting and just based on current present levels, we're drafting a new IEP because it's been the majority of the school year she's been with us, but we've not had an IEP in place. So just wondering what others have done in similar situations.
Chancy, you just, you drink Diet Coke. There's not a lot you can do. It sucks. But yeah, ultimately, when you know they need an IEP and you're not getting anywhere, yeah, you just start over. It's lame. Welcome. I wish there was a solution to that, because that'll drive you to drink more than just a Diet Coke.
Right. I always feel like we should be able to do these things at our level. They're like, you're going to use this system and everybody's going to have access, but that is not how it works. So I've had to multiple times in my career be like, okay, I just have to let go and deal with the process the way it is. And like Steve said, have a Diet Coke instead of that harder one that I might have wanted. But yeah, it is definitely a challenge because I have my own child who has a 504, and just moving between schools for us was a challenge trying to get that sorted out. So I can echo that as a parent. Okay, well, I think we're about done. I mean, we've answered all the questions. Excuse me, let me check our time again. Oh, fun. Okay. So we still have a few more minutes in breakout rooms. If there's anything else we want to talk about, otherwise we can all go back to the main room and just kind of hang out for a minute until everybody else is done.
I don't know. You just have one person who comes in the building once a week and runs the class once a month.
Okay, well, I would say we're probably done, and I can see folks popping back over. So when you're ready, come on back to the main room.
Okay, so the last thing before we move on to the next section is just some training opportunities. And you can see that register here for any of the above sessions within this. So if you're interested in getting started with this, if you have more questions about it, please feel free to reach out to me. But in the meantime, if you want to jump into one of these trainings, they'll get you some more basic knowledge and can get you set up with a login, or you can reach out to me and we can work on that as well. Once you get this slide pack, that register here is an active link to get right into that. So thank you for the discussion. That was awesome. I learned a ton more than I knew about it before. And I think we're just about ready to go ahead.
Question. So I registered for these classes. You said that they would send me an invite to them, or do I click here? Just to clarify.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I will be looking at the registration and I will be sending out the links tomorrow.
Perfect.
So you should get an invitation with the link and then the objectives of the course for this coming one. But I would love to just add, if in your training they're not addressing some of the things that you would have hoped they would, please give us that feedback. I think there will be a survey, but give us that feedback so that we can make sure that they do.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to jump into the next section and I'm going to see if April Graham has joined us. So give us 1 sec.
April, did you have slides to share?
I do not have slides to share.
Okay, then I will just leave this up while you chat.
Yeah, so let me just introduce April. So April is the Deputy Director of Juvenile Justice Services. I've worked with April for a whole bunch of years, and she, like me, came up through the JJS system. She has a great understanding of the JJS system, and with some recent, changes to Office of Quality and Design, April was the DHS residential contract person. So thank you so much, April, for being with Collaborative.
We contracts together with DCFS to make sure that we have the services provided for the kids. So it just isn't housed with OQD anymore. We have a Bureau of Contract Management that really manages most of the contracts. They just have some program experts that kind of put into the scope of work the things needed to address treatment needs of youth. So, and I'm not sure what you want me to share with you guys. I'm here mainly thinking there's going to be some dialogue or questions about contracts and residential.
So just contract cycles or contract process. Maybe just tell us a little bit about how these things get into place.
So the residential contract is a 5-year contract that we just did in October. So that will last for 5 years, but providers can terminate their contract at any time. They just have to give us 30 days notice. Sometimes we get that, sometimes we don't. But that's typically how it's running. We tried to be pretty strategic in looking at our utilization for residential treatment in the different or specific areas. So we knew how many beds that we would need to contract for. So that was kind of the process that went into this last contract cycle, just knowing that it has been, I think this last cycle got extended at least 3 years out. And there's a lot of folks that were on that contract to begin with that had terminated since. So our residential populations across the state for DCFS and JJS have been on a pretty steady decline, which is great in one aspect of the areas, right? But also is not as great in other areas because it just limits different options.
April, I have a question to ask. So I had a couple of residential homes, and I'm in central Utah in the rural areas, and they they were given a license for one home, but the other one they were not. And they were told that there were only 2 licenses given for girls in the girls' homes for throughout the whole state. Is that incorrect, or is?
That's probably correct. Our female population, I know with JJS before reform, we were probably serving about 160 girls at any given time throughout the state. Now we're under 40. So we really just don't, like, we could offer other licenses out, but the problem is this pay for fee service that kind of happens within our state. So if you get a contract and you have a 16-bed facility, but there's only like 2 or 3 girls that can be placed there at any given time, it's not really sustainable.
Well, in this situation, they had 2 full homes or pretty close to, and then lost the license in one of them. So one of my questions was, they explained something that I don't even remember the term that they used, but so if you can't find, like, for instance, you have girls, but you don't have a licensed home to go to, would you contract with a private service or a private home to do some state kids? And what is that called?
There's a sole source process where they can sole source out after all other services on state contract have been exhausted. So.
And is that, do you know if that happens very often now, since it's been so limited in the licensing area, or?
On the JJS side, I could tell you that it's very limited. A lot of folks won't take our kids just because of the delinquency aspect of it. DCFS tends to do a little bit more of that.
And that's what my homes are. They're DCFS. So I just curious, because when that happened, what was it, in November? It was a little frightening to me from just an education perspective, but also we just had girls they just sent home and they weren't even ready and done through the program. So it just seemed a little unsettling, to.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what DCFS's process was to staff and try to make sure, those things were taken care of and treatment needs were met and things like that. But I don't think that that the license was just wasn't put out there. It might have been because it's competitive. It might have been somebody else wrote an RFP that ended up getting awarded that contract over the provider that you're speaking about.
But the thing is, they had 2 homes, so they gave them 1 license, and they've been around and had been a very reputable, license and home, and they haven't ever had any problems. In fact, they always have people asking to come to their program. So I could see if it was like 2 totally separate, places, but they had 2 and they were given 1, but not the other. So
yeah,
it's kind of
well. And like I said, there could have been somebody else that bid on that same procurement. And they ended up getting it. Maybe they only put in for 12 beds and they ended up getting one of them, and the home that you're speaking about got the other. So I'm not sure how it all.
Okay, well, I was more interested in that sole source. So thank you for giving me that term. I wasn't sure what that was called. So thank you.
So April, there was a time historically where as a state, we've gone back and forth from no mixing of populations to mixing of populations to sole in-state relationships between the contracting agencies to no, you can have out-of-state mixed with in-state students, all these wonderful things. And so with this obvious shrinking, or not necessarily shrinking, but this obvious pivot that's happening after reform in all of our systems, we're in a really unique space now. So as you continue to want to have carve outs, or you want to have placement opportunities with existing vendors, but those vendors have to stay viable by seeking out of state students. Now we're mixing 2 things that by statute are very complicated to mix. Have there been much discussion about the implications to education of that work at that state level? And maybe that's something we should probably get into the weeds on a little bit, because for example, in Provo, the only residential treatment provider we had, which is a Youth Health Associates provider, you're familiar with them. They've been around quite some time. They've got 5 sites statewide, right? Provo was fortunate that we were their transition home. So almost all of the students in that setting were all state of Utah resident students receiving service buy-in through the state of Utah with the youth in custody line item, holding the weight for that accreditation, all school processes, right? But as you can imagine, they're scrambling to stay viable from a marketplace standpoint. And so they're shuffling the deck. And so this year, mid-year, they come and say, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. We're not going to be able to ensure that this is the scenario we're in. So now we had this huge shift in service patterns of out-of-state and in-state students with no real provision other than, what I'm looking at next year, which is saying, I don't know that we're going to be writing them formally into the grant going forward, given the discrepancy that's happened. But I don't think that they're going to be unique in that scenario anymore. With what I'm hearing, has that been discussed at length?
Well, no, it hasn't really been discussed at length. There has been some discussions around really holding up a private business from being able to be sustainable. And I know that there was some provisions in this contract cycle that allowed for them, like they were contracted for a certain number of beds, and then, but they also could add on if they were licensed up to another set of numbers. Does that make sense? So for instance, we did most of our contracts for high programs or high need program, high risk programs where they were contracted for 12 beds, but the contract allows for them to add, 4 more kids on up to 16 of what they're licensed for. So that's kind of like the discrepancy between licensing and a contract. I don't know if that answers all of your question, Travis, but that's kind of what the state ended up doing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we just need to take that a step further to get into, because now I'm guessing that we're not, when you initiate those contracts, there's not necessarily an education obligation that's being unbundled and paid for in a line item in addition to your daily rate. Is that my understanding? You're not paying a daily educational rate in the way that California, Hawaii, and other states are doing, right? So we're going to probably need to get into the details of that just a little bit further, so that we're not in a situation where we've got where we can justify the service being provided to resident students, right? Right. In comparison to out-of-state non-residents. And then the other question that I'm so curious about, and what I called you about the other day and kind of fumbled over what I was trying to say, was, so we know that there's still a dramatic need out there, and these students are being served, through youth services or through other functions. Are there any other programmatic type spots we should be looking for students under the umbrella of human services? So lately I'm getting a lot from Utah Behavioral Services, UTBS. This is the third student in the last 2 weeks that's leaving the hospital and going to UTBS. I mean, is there places we should be looking, because there would be services that are still being offered in some form to a student population that's resident in nature, Utah resident students, receiving services from the Department of Human Services and doing something between the hours of 7:30 and 2:30, right? But they're not popping back up into traditional mainstream schools that we can see.
I kind of wonder, well, but that other meeting is got all the licensed programs on there too. Because I kind of wonder if some of those questions should come up within the provider network, because they would know that, right? They would know if they're contracting with DHS, they would know if they're doing services between 7 and 3. And that is that residential type. I just know that we did not contract with as many residential programs this last year, just because there aren't the bodies to put into those programs. Now, I think I see an issue as you talk more about the out-of-state population, and I do have one program that I got to talk to a little bit more anyhow, because they're trying to intermingle all of our kids across their continuum of different programs, and we want our state kids together. We don't want them mixed in with out-of-state kids, and so there's like 1 or 2 kids in each of these programs. But you bring up another point that might also strengthen that argument of, like, we need our kids together, because if you are getting education funding to provide education to these kids, it would make more sense to have the Utah kids together instead of, you know, I have this program over here that has 16 kids in it, but I only have 1 Utah kid here. I have another one over here that has 1 Utah kid spread out across 5 or 6 programs. But I only know of 1 provider that's doing that.
Yeah, and that was what I was hoping you were going to say, right? That
Yeah.
most of the other ones are would have been smaller mom and pops that would have not been able to make it through the economic process anyway, right?
Right.
So if that's the case, yeah, would be happy to be part of circling back on that topic specifically and finding some quality solutions. That, in addition to, you know, what if anything we're doing with any students we're still sending out of state, which I'm guessing that doesn't happen as much, if at all.
We haven't sent any kids out of state. We didn't. I'm trying to think if we actually sent one this last year. I know we did in 2020, we had 2, but we have really tried to avoid sending them out of state.
Good. Perfect. Thank you.
April, I was going to ask, is the contract process now closed? So contracts were for 5 years. Can other people still ask for contracts, or it's closed? Okay.
Nope, it's done.
And then the only way somebody would be added to that is if there was a specific need, like a sole source type need, or if a provider, I guess if somebody who currently had a contract failed.
Well, yeah, I could see if, you know, if there's a contract not fulfilling the need of the state, and then they would have to put another RFP out to capture that population. But,
okay, so it'll all be done by RFP now. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then Julia asked if Magellan and Nebo School District is contracted. Yes, they are. Provo Canyon is private, and that would be a sole source. Yes, correct. And what was the one of it? Oh, I guess she was answering the question from above. So that's good.
Yep. I'm thinking maybe the only other thing, so Office of Quality Design, what was the change with that? And how do each individual DHS or DCFS and JJS now have their own contracts, or are they still partnered in contracts?
So it's complicated, and I'm not sure how it's all gonna, because we're still going through a merger. We're going to be the Health and Human Services come July, which is 2 great big departments being merged into one. So kind of the contracting process is, as contracts are coming down the pike, we're looking at which division takes the lead based on who utilizes the service more. And you know, DCFS, just by the nature of their organization, typically has more kids in these services than we do. But they are decreasing as well. So usually they'll start a process to do the contract, but then they'll also list out other agencies that'll be affected by it. And then we get together and work through that contract together. And then they're just housed with the Bureau of Contract Management. So if you're ever looking to see if somebody has a contract or any details of a contract, that's all on that website. And then you know, the OQD still has some monitoring aspects that they're doing of contracts, but I think the thought was for them to monitor a contract, they probably shouldn't create the contract. So then they become a real third party in the situation instead of the owner of the contract and the monitor. So hopefully that makes sense. It is complicated though.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Travis has a question.
Just one more policy wonk question. So historically, there were relationships at that level, division level with, say, mental health authorities for residential support or respite support or those kinds of things. My understanding is those are no longer, those carve outs, those bed carve outs or dedicated beds are no longer a thing. But is there anything in the—
I don't think that's the case. Like,
Oh, you
I
think-
know that there's block grants that provided to mental health authorities to allow for them to access some residential services.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So there's language somewhere that hints to this idea that resident students under the umbrella of the division with state functions, that they would have access to or supported by these other mental health authority type programs. So there would be dual benefit, right? That would be like any language or something pointing to that would be really helpful.
We see that more for like substance use kids. You know, there's folks that have beds at Odyssey House that they usually can access, and in a couple other spots. There's not very many of them, but there is some, and I don't know how DSAMA is going to fare out in this whole process either. I didn't hear the last bit of what ended up happening with the amendments for Health and Human Services, but I know when they first proposed it, like they were pulled out as their own division and kind of just put into some other parts of the I want to say CQI, but I don't know how it all ended up faring out after the last substitute for the amendments. So I'd have to check on DSAMA and where that ends up going. But they do receive federal block grants, and that's usually kind of that funding that they will provide the local mental health authority, so that when they have kids that need residential, but they don't necessarily qualify for other things, but they need it for substance use or mental health, then they can usually access some services.
Perfect. Yeah. So that could be something that could be coordinated at the coordinating council level, and just so there's language that helps support programs that traditionally or currently youth in custody funds or processes support to provide that compulsory education and special ed, free and appropriate public education service. Very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any last questions for April before we let her go? All right, April, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time. And
No problem. Thanks.
Thank you for
all
the
of
information.
stuff you guys are doing. Appreciate it.
Take care. Thank you. Okay, for the rest of us, we'll just jump into a breakout real quick on DHS residential contracts, and we have a couple of questions for you there.
Hello again. All right, questions in the chat. And this is where I'm gonna probably lean on Trina more since it's about the education guidebook.
Is that Trina in the background? Who is that?
Yes, that is Trina back there.
I'm here.
That's funny.
Oh, and Julia left.
Very good.
Sorry, Travis, remind me as far as the Youth Health Associates question.
I just wanted to collect any questions that you guys might have that are maybe general that we could add to the guidebook eventually. As most of you know, there's a section for each of the agencies, and it seems like there's been some common contract questions coming up. So I had an idea of adding, once the merger and everything takes place, adding the process to that guidebook. So I was just hoping to get some feedback on whether or not that might be helpful.
Well, I'm going to share my ignorance again. Thanks,
I
Amanda.
was just gonna say, some of us may not even know what it is.
I do not know what the guidebook is, so.
Trina, do you have the link handy? You could throw it. She'll put it in the chat for us, guys. So
On the other side.
I'm just gonna toot Trina's horn for her also. Not only does she do the guidebook, but she maintains a website and she does data presentations, just saying. So Chauncey just wanted you to know all those things. And Steve just joined us late. So Steve, we were talking about what contract concerns or questions might need to be included in that education guidebook that Trina maintains for educating youth in care. And she's dropped the link for us in the chat.
And it may be one of those things that you don't know, what you don't know. So I may just end up doing just a basic portion on contracts, and then we can just build from there once the merger happens. But I think April was really helpful, and I think she did a really good job of explaining that it is slightly complicated. So
all I know about contracts is that they're complicated, even at the state board. It's just a process that never ceases to amaze me. So, okay, well, if we don't have any specific feedback for Trina, I think we can go ahead and head back to the main room and then hang out and wait for the other groups to finish up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. So again, really appreciate your time. I know that it's a big ask to take this much time out of a day, but I know I learned a ton from this. I appreciate your time and willingness to be here and be a part of it, and for making this a priority. So, excuse me. We're going to. I'd like to just end the day in our breakouts with just any final questions or thoughts. It sounded like for most of us that there maybe were still a few more questions about the application process or the funding or how we're doing that. And so I'm going to have Amanda send us into our breakouts, and we'll end there. We'll end those breakout sessions. So when if all of your questions have been answered and you feel ready to go, then you're welcome to exit out of that breakout when you're ready, and we'll just stay on and answer any questions that you have in that. And so again, thank you all so much. It's truly an honor and a pleasure to work with you. I'm really excited about this position and to be able to be a part of this team. So we'll see you in your breakouts, and then we'll talk to you later.
Peace out.
Have a good afternoon, my dude.
The chance to call me on your private school student. I'm curious, and I'm curious about how that placement got there and who it is. See you, bye.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you, bye.
We'll get something sent out soon.
So for those who have come back to the main room, there is still one breakout room open with Benji if you want to get moved into there. Otherwise, we are done and you're welcome to go about your day.
Sorry, I didn't get that last communication. What was said?
So they are, we have some few folks who are still with us and they're in a breakout room if you want to go join the conversation there. Otherwise, we are done for the afternoon and you're welcome to go about your day.